That's the morning 50th, where courage remains. With lust and gleaming hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal for Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Xenos horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian city, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chance. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The light shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the towers, fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. A squatty stream. That sounds wrong. That sounds like we're going to toilet stream. I wonder if that breaks some terms of service. Welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. You crazy bastards. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining me on this fine Monday morning. I know, Monday, both the best and worst day. It's the worst day because you've got to go back to work. But it's the best day because you get to watch Mordian Glory at work. I know. But sometimes my own ego astounds me. My God. It's been an interesting week this week. Because on the one hand, GW is making sweet, tender love to the Warhammer community by releasing Emperor's Children. On the other hand,
Forward, you dogs!
GW is absolutely hate-fucking the Warhammer community by essentially confirming that they will be squatting demons. They did an update. I believe it was.
The man I am today.
They did an update. They did an update towards the end of last week, and they did a big update on Chaos Demons. And the Chaos Demons, no codex. No codex! Oh my God. So what we're going to do today, guys, it's going to be just chat and stream. Of course, talk about anything and everything. Imperial Guard, wider 40k, maybe some meta, maybe a bit of meta. And we're also going to be looking at some hobbying and some army lists and all that kind of good stuff. But we're also going to be having a little dive into Chaos Demons. They've lost some data sheets, had a lot of things updated, and they got the Battle Cord attachment. That's true, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it right now. I'm just going to say it. I think no demons in 11th edition. Daemons, as a standalone faction, will be gone by 11th edition. Am I mad? Am I wrong? That's my hot take. That's the briefing. Let's just see. Let's do a poll. Let's do a little poll. Let's see what you guys think as well. And then we'll let that poll run throughout the stream. We'll see what the results are by the end of it. Will Daemons be squatted by 11th edition? 12 months. Let's see. Let's have a look. Joe, would you care to place a wager, Mordian? Ooh. See, the thing is, I always say if I were a betting man. So I'm not a betting man. Oh my god. Augustin, they could have been giving Daemons the AOS treatment. Here's the thing. I looked into this. I looked into this. People keep saying that they're going to give Daemons the AOS treatment. That doesn't, honestly, I looked into this. Daemons aren't in a great place in AOS. Maybe my sources are a little bit fucky. But Daemons aren't in a great place in AOS. Like they're a thing, but they're a thing, and you take them like alongside like mortal armies and stuff, but that's like apparently it's not great. That's not great. But if you know more about this, then of course let me know down in chat. So anyway, so basically the topic of today is not only about Chaos Demons getting squatted, but they're an example. Okay, they're an example. Because I think that GW is on a bit of a warpath. A bit of a warpath. And so the alert's a little loud, 1 minute. It's better. So, in addition to Chaos Demons, I'm talking about all the normal bollocks we talk about. I think that we should come together as a chat, as a community, as 100 plus degenerates, that however many we get in today's stream, and I think we should try and work out how many factions and how many things have been lost in 10th edition, and B, I reckon 11th edition is going to be here in 12 months. I reckon you're going to hear the first rumors of 11th edition in 12 months, and it'll be released throughout summertime. Okay. I think we should do a prediction right now. I think we should try and predict. Once we've caught up all the super chats and everything, I think we should try and predict what factions we think are going to make it to 11th edition. And maybe get a little crazy with it. Maybe get a little crazy with it. But like, what if what factions we think are gonna, as standalone factions, who do we think's not gonna make it? We're not counting those little alien tripod things. Actually, no, we are everything. So that's the plan. The plan is, can we predict which direction we think GW is going to be taking the game in 11th edition? And I think I'm going to make another bold topic. A bold statement. I'm just going to say something, all right? I think there's a reason why the Knight Codex isn't on the radar anymore. I know. Ooh! Oh, we'll see. We'll see. All right. All right. So the briefing is we're talking about anything, but we're donning the tinfoil hats. We're donning the tinfoil hats, and we're gonna see if we can fucking get deep dive in those conspiracy theories. We'll have a bit of fun with it as well. Nothing that we should say today I think should be taken too seriously, but we'll have a bit of fun. All right. So, but before we get there, of course, we have to observe our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and of course, the worst people of all, players. You guys know what time it is. It's time to stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their cocks out? Get those 07s flowing. I swear to God, Spriggs, I will demod you. We got Spriggs, Capping Eagle, the Whispering Monk, Sergeant Lot 10, Dragonetti, St. Wilson, Wanger Whimsies. We've also got Marcelo, Stillhammer Jake, Lee Whitehouse, Joe Camel, Mal the Knife, Jocks of the Mighty, Light Cut G. We've also got Merrill, Damn Legion, Bad Rabbit, Telco, Les Wilson Dice, Mod Larkin, The Warp Force, Daniel Simpson, David the Cadian, Fat Moss Actual, Longcaster, The Whispering Monk, Alex, Ozroth, John Ma, Brown Breath 704, Zark 969, Razor 667, JP Greer, Deja Vu, Kyle, Cuz 40K, we've got Christian Team Camp, Rev, LeBanks, Whispering Monk, fucking lost my Rocket Man, didn't lose a place, totally okay. Grimdog Future, Daniel Simpson, Squidfist, Tom Riddle, Jar Watt, Chaos Drake, Barfog, James Schaefer, F. Evans, Joseph Stilling, Trooper 2, Rocket Man, Stephen Bonner, LeBanks, Fat Valentine, Tiki, Banzai, Mark Talibetland, Damn Legion, Stephen Bonner, Wisnard, Wub Wub, Daryl, Ranger Will, FR1, Sky 2X, Stephen Bonner, Ross W, Bad Rabbit, Light Cook G, A Gaming Stu Good, Damn Legion, Future Cyborg. We've also got Godlike Poet, Morpheus. We've got MP Bros, Chonkules. I think we've mostly got everyone now. I think there's a load of people just re-spamming their name a million times. Jack Topless, Marcelo, Wolario, Daniel Simpson. There you go. I think that's it. Russ W, just in case. What about Spriggs? Spriggs is probably here. We've also got Al Coffin, Russell W, Wanger Whimsies, and John Apocalypse. Hey, welcome. And Sergeant Not 10. There you go. And then Bailey. There we are. Oh, there you go. DJ is a Terminator. Hey, Lee Whitehouse. Hey, Beowulf. Nice. It's popping off tonight, boys. It's popping off. Holy shit. Well, welcome to all of YouTube gang. Welcome to all of Twitch gang. Welcome to all of you crazy, beautiful bastards. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining today's stream. Don't forget, if you've not done so already, go ahead and smash that like button like it is your stepsister trapped in a washing machine. No, Stepcastle, what are you doing with your bayonet? Also, don't forget to subscribe, because if you don't subscribe, then you'll never get the feet pictures. As you guys know, I have dedicated myself to releasing the feet picture calendar once I reach 100,000 subscribers. That will be for the low cost of free, and it will be semi-professionally done. So until that happens, no feet pics. That's it. Or once we reach 100,000 and you're like, I really don't want the feet pic calendar modded, we'll hold a public referendum, and then you can decide whether the feet pics get released or not. There you are. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to make sure everyone. A big thank you to all those on Twitch who've gone ahead and followed. If you've not followed, follow, you bastards, you penal legion bastards. Also, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with super chats and member flexes and gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. Let's take a moment now to go through and show appreciation for those people that have got the stream popping off. Starting off, we have got. Starting off, we have got Tiki, my boy! Tiki, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby! Yes, mate. Tiki, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the banzai. Thank you for doing your part. Oh 07, you magnificent bastard. And thank you for the extra bamboo spear fighter. I also want to say a huge thank you to the Whispering Monk. Whispering Monk, yes, that spiritual liege. The man who guides us through these tumultuous times, coming in with the gift of membership, keeping our hearts pure and our ears clean. I want to say a huge thank you to Trooper number 2102. Trooper, thank you for the big super chat, mate. Appreciate it, bud. 07 Sat, 07, mate. Hobby update and stream discussion. The battle report we watched today gave me some inspiration. Ooh, okay. Let's have a look. Got 2 Hellhounds and a rescue Vank done over the weekend. I'm also now considering building up some infantry and vehicles for my Space Marines in a classic second edition style. I have my firstborn army, and now I am thinking of building up a new Marine force. I did a test model as well. Let's have a look, man. Nice. Dude, I feel like what's happening is you're rescuing all this armor, and it feels really like, you know, it doesn't feel like these vehicles are being like built new from the Forge world. It feels like these are vehicles that are being like pulled out of storage, or maybe they're being recovered. Do you know what it feels like? They're vehicles which are being recovered on the battlefield, and that's why they're like coming to you from like other regiments stuff. They're like you're recovering them on the battlefield, and then your cog boys are fixing them up, painting them up, and getting them back out in the fight for your regiment. I love that like lore behind it. Your guys maybe could be quite good at battlefield repairs and refitting. That's kind of a cool bit of a headcanon you could throw out there. Dude, I love it, man. Yes. The Hellhound. Wow. I like it, man. I love the Flamer burn. That's cool. You've rescued and restored beautifully. Nice. There we go, man. Hey, I like that. Kind of reminds me a bit of the size of the Emperor with the you know, with the yellow shoulder pads. Although they're, of course, they're black body armor, yellow shoulder pads, so it's a little bit different. But mate, I like it. Classic second edition style. Green base rims. Perfection. I love it. All right, dude, I love it, Trooper. And you know what, man? I enjoyed that second edition battle report so much that I actually, one of the videos that's going to go out this week is going to be a stream highlight watching it, and you know, adding the bits of, you know, adding the commentary and stuff. So yeah, I hope those that missed that, it was one of the best things of last stream is we got to watch second edition battle report. It was very, very cool. Yeah. I want to say, let's have a look here. I want to say next a big thank you to Marold. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for your support. I raise my glass to you. You're also a gentleman scholar. Good old Marold. He never misses a beat. He never misses a step. He's always a good lad. There we are. Thank you, Marold. I want to say a big thank you to Badwitch Project. Badwitch Project, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you for becoming a channel member, and welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you for doing your part. We've got Ed Bailey. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. First, they squatted the Death Watch. Next, Demons. Third, they will squat those Turbo Virgins known as the Tau. Vishaft Commander makes me upset. I mean, we can only hope that Tau don't make it to 11th edition. And then all the Death Guard came out and invaded the Tau, and they all died, and there are none left. No remnants whatsoever. They all died. They're gone. Chance to be a fine thing. Do the Eldar. Nurgle, why should you do the Eldar? I would happily endure like a year of Death Guard being totally broken on the competitive scene if it meant that we lost Tau and Eldar. I'll give you a year for each. Oh, man. It's true, though. They tried to squat Deathwatch, and they got pushed back. They're trying to squat Demons now. Votan still. Here's a big question for you. I'm stirring shit now. I'm stirring the pot. I want to throw something out there. You guys might think I'm crazy. But embrace the foil is what I say. Be one with the tin foil. I don't think Votann are getting a 10th edition codex. I don't think they're getting one. Unless... I'm not saying they're getting squad. I don't think they get a 10th edition one. And if they do, it'll be the last one. And if they're lucky, they'll get, yeah. I just don't think they get one. Look at this fucking thing, man. Look, right. I'm just gonna throw this out there. Okay. Throw this out there. Look at this. Okay. So look at this, right? Now, Eldar, Ashratab, Emperor Children. That has got us covered until March. Okay. So when it says what's coming next, that's going to be Q2. And then on the horizon, you've got what? Grey Knights, Salamanders. Salamanders getting their own supplement. Black Templars, and then probably Chaos Knights, right? Probably Chaos Knights. Something like that. Although maybe Traitor Guard. Probably not. Point is each one of these represents a month. Each one of these represents a month, I would say. On average. Even if some of them come out quite close together, you know, we're in the 3rd month of the year, these 3 have come out. So each one of these represents about a month. Now, that's 10. That's mathematics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. That is pretty much all the codexes I think you can expect for this year. I could be wrong. But I think that's all the codexes you can expect this year. Because remember what GW did last year? They went at this breakneck pace. They're like, every month, new release. Every month, new release. Every month. And then remember what happened at the end of last year? They were like, we're going to give it 2 months off. So I think this is what you're going to get for the rest of the year. But you know what? Even if it's not, even if they keep going, this one right here, this fucking Salamander's bastard right here. If you're someone who's not had your codex yet, like Votann, and you're in this and you're not on this fucking thing here, I'd be worried. Because you know what that makes me think? That makes me think GW is doing what they did at the end of 8th edition, where they gave all the different Marine Loyalist chapters their own book. You're going to see an Ultramarine book. If you think they're going to give Salamanders a book, and they're not going to give Ultramarines, you're going to see an Ultramarine book. You're going to see a Raven Guard book. You're going to see an Imperial Fist book. You're going to see this. They've done it before. You are going to I reckon this is what they're revealing so far. Every book at the end of the edition is going to be some fucking Space Marine supplement. No Votann. Votann, you know, I'm just saying. I don't think Votann are getting anything this year, man. What do you think, chat? Votann in Feb 2026, fuck me. Yeah, I reckon. Space Wolves are going to get one. Space Wolves will get one, yeah. That's what's going to happen. You think? Let me, and you're like, oh, Mordian, that's bullshit. That would never happen. Let me ask you this. I'm getting close to the camera. Right, let me ask you this. Oh, dear chat. Do you really think Games Workshop would prioritize Votann over Space Marines? Any chance they get to milk the desiccated teats of the people that play Space Marines? Any chance they'll take it? They're gonna squeeze out the fucking paste. That's all that's left in there. The fucking paste. They're gonna squeeze that out by the end of the edition, and then boom, 11th edition, 11th edition, and that's it. No, everything gets reset. We start again. Yeah. That. Think about it. Exactly, Zach. Do you do prioritize money or everything else? What do you think? What do you think GM's going to make more money off? Milking Marine players for a fucking like what third time this? For like a third time this edition. Third time. Well, no. So they've only had the one Marine Codex, haven't they? To be fair, that was yeah. Oh, we still need the second Marine Codex. Marines always get 2 codexes every year. They always get 2 codexes. That'll be every edition.
You heard me. I said creep.
So you're gonna have, yeah, the end of this year. It's gonna be end of this edition. It's gonna be the second coming of Marines. Always, man. Always. Everyone gets to codex. That's your codex for 11th. Nah, bro. They're not. No one gets to keep their codex for an edition anymore. No one gets to keep them. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah. So yeah, we've got some more super chats coming in, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This is it, boys. This is it. Those of you who are going through, those of you that are going through this for the first time, let me just say, right. Those of you that are going through, if you've only been here for like, I would say 10th edition, end of 9th, beginning of 10th. If this is your first time going through this, everything that I'm saying might sound like crazy bullshit. Okay, it might do. Any veterans, I'm talking. You don't need to have been here a long time. Anyone who's been here since basically 9th edition, anyone, especially if you've been here since 8th edition and earlier, you know what I'm saying sounds horribly, eerily familiar. GW gets that second half of an edition. It gets that last third of it, that last edition, and they just go fucking bonkers. They just go fucking bonkers, man. They just go nuts. That's what happens. That's what happens. Did I not say? Not to wipe myself off. I don't want anyone to be. I need to get back to my super chats because people are going to be hanging around for a little while. But did I not say at the end of last year? I made that video, the life cycle of a 40k edition, and I said, we are here. Just before Grotmas, I went, we're here. And I said, from this point on, the balance is going to be fucked. Every new release that comes out is going to be overpowered, and GW is going to constantly release more and more broken stuff. Well, you saw all the mad shit with Grotmas. Then you saw the mad shit with Eldar. And you can even say the mad shit with Guard before they nuked Bridgehead, do you know what I mean? And then you've seen the mad shit with the new Custodians detachment. And and the new Orc detachments. And you tell me how balanced the game is feeling right now. You tell me they're not releasing overpowered shit constantly. And so I make this prediction now. Based off the same experience and the same energy that I perfectly predicted what was going to happen to the balance of this game. I make it with the same energy now. This is when GW is when GW is going to this is when they're going to start releasing more and more mad shit. But on top of that, that roadmap is going to represent most of what we're going to have this year. End of this year is going to be all about marine milking. All about the marine milking, man. Mod Larkin, I don't think we're going to get Votan in 2025. I think Votan's 2026 at the earliest. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. We'll see. We'll come back to it. I want to say a big thank you to Christian Steam Camp. Christian Steam Camp. Don't worry, Twitch gang, I've not missed you. Christian Steam Camp, thank you so much for the 23 months. X-Force, baby! Completed Val in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Hey, nice. Just in... Now, before I say that, I want to say they look beautiful. Love the detail that you've done on them. And that flag is exquisite. Amazing. Perfect Scion drop force. And now I'm going to say the joke. And you know it's coming. You know it's coming. Just in time to be nerfed into unusability. No! Don't say it, Mordian. Oh, man. Christian, look. No matter, GW might fuck with your rules, but they can't take away from the fact that you've done an absolutely exquisite paint job there, mate. Good effort. Good effort. I also want to say a huge... We've got some support coming in over on Twitch, gang. I want to say a big thank you to Al Coffin. Al Coffin, thank you for the 9 months, man. 9 months sub, baby. Hey, morning. I tried the new line attachment out for myself this weekend. It was a very fun game, and it's a very fun attachment. A total of 6 vehicles, deadly damage during the fight, with 2 being a chain reaction. Check stream discussion, please. All right, I'll take a look. I'm very interested, Al Coffin. Our resident warden, warden of the custodies in the community. Okay. These are pictures of the battlefield. It was due to be train layout for the mission was purchased for rapid escalation of engagement. Lions of the Emperor has no defense against mortal wounds, so you can kill them easier, but they are faster and hit harder. Custodians shooting that wounds on a 5+ and reroll wounds can kill chimeras when they focus fire, and they kill guards on a 2+. It's very much a glass cannon custodian attachment, giving up all defense mobility and damage. Turn 1, it was hard to maintain the 6-inch part, but turn 2 is basically always on +1 to +1 to wound. If you're a guard faces, probably spam tank shock, transports, and grenades. Also, avoid the Terminator shield cap at all costs, because the enhancement I took was carrying the axe of 5 attack, strength 12, AP -2, damage 4. If he's in a unit, he's rerolling all wounds against characters, monsters, or vehicles. If he isn't in a unit, he can turn all attack damage values against him 1 turn to damage 1. Nice. So you won. Look at that, man. So yeah, this is guard on one side, custodians on the other side. Met guard as well. Met guard as well. But unfortunately, it seems like it's not going to help. Yeah, look at that. Custodian's completely cleaned up, man. Completely cleaned up. Completely and utterly. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a final score. I expect a lot of people. Look, Adept Custodians. That is a final score that I expect a lot of people to end up with. That's mad, man. That's mad. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I also want to say a big thank you to Wango Whimsies. Thank you for the 8 months, man. Thank you for the 8 months. Prime sub, baby. Like the stream, you punches and us lovers. Like the stream, yeah, bastards. Thank you, Wangum, for the support and for the shout out. We've also got Spriggs. My God. They seek him here, they seek him there. He's in every chat, he's everywhere. Spriggs, thank you so much for the total of 11 months. 11 months Twitch subs. Oh, nearly fucking double X-Force, man. X-Force. Can you be triple X-Force if you're on Twitch and on YouTube? My God. My God, it's never been done. It's never been done, Spriggs. I love it, mate. Thank you for the support, dude. Let's have a look here. We've also got some more support coming in on YouTube. I want to say a big thank you to... we've got a lot coming in, actually. Give me a second, boys. Uno momento, por favor. My darlings, my beauties. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Christian Steam Camp. Christian Camp, thank you so much for... Oh, sorry, did Christian? Christian, I apologise. Wanking you off again. Christian, I'm giving it all, Mordian. I want to say a big thank you to Longcaster. Ugh. Longcaster, thank you for the Giga Chat. Went to an RTT and won 2 games and lost 1 game. My list was 3 Dawns and 3 Dawn tank commanders, a Shadow Sword, and a lone Commissar. None could stand before the might of my armor. Well, one person stood before it. Lancaster, 6 Dawns and a Shadow Sword is actually an insane list. It's just it's a stat check. Either you have an advantage tank and movement blocking, or you don't. It's that simple. It's that simple, right? So yeah, Lancaster, well done on going 2-1 and for absolutely destroying 2 out of 3 players, man. That's awesome. And for having fun. That's the important bit. I want to say a big thank you to Willario. Willario, thank you for the super chat, man. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Hey, dude, happy St. Patrick's Day to chat. It's not really a thing over here. Well, it might be a thing over in the UK. I don't really celebrate it myself personally, just because I'm pretty forgetful. But happy St. Patrick's Day for those of you that are enjoying it. New Catachans in 11th. Oh, Willario, chance to be a fine thing, man. Chance would be a fine thing indeed. It's funny. Most of the time, I'm like, I don't want a new kit, GW. All you're going to do is take away options from me. All you're going to do is fuck me over. But actually, Catachans, their kit is so bad right now with like 2 flamers that it hopefully will be an improvement. But you know what GW is going to do? They're going to release a new Catachan kit and it's only going to come with 1 flamer. And so your Catachans will run around, and your Catachans run around with, there'll be 9 guys with las pistols, 1 guy with a flamer. You know, right? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. You can't. You can't do it. You're like, Mordian, stop. Stop. Oh. I told you, boys. We're going full tinfoil today. Full tinfoil. I want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Armies in 11th edition. One minute, what's this? Armies in 11th. If your army does not have power armor, then get in the dustbin. So that being Tau, Eldar, Guard, Knights. Wait, I'm thinking of Horus Heresy. I'm not going to lie, Ed. You had me going there for a second. I don't think... No. See, here's the thing. Tau, Eldar, and Guard, and Tyranids are probably, like, the best-selling non-Marine factions. Like, if I was to make a guess, a total guess, I would say Marines are the top selling faction. Marine box, if you like added all the boxes up, I think Marines would be a top selling faction. But they've been the number 1. They'd obviously be the number 1, right? Then I think you would have... Then I think in the number 2 slot would be Guard, which some of you might say is crazy, but the maximum amount of Riptides I see anyone ever own is 3. I have yet to see a maximum amount of Leman Russes a Guard player to have. There is no such thing as a maximum. Some Guard players will have 12, 18 Leman Russes, more than that. So I think Guard, I would confidently say Guard outsells Tau, which is controversial, but yeah. Then I think I would say Tyranids. Marines, Guard, Tyranids, Necrons and Tau. That would be if I was to guess, that would be my top 5 selling factions in 40k. That would complete guess. I think Eldar are popular, but I don't feel like again, it kind of comes down to like, I think I think Eldar get bought. There are times of popularity with Eldar, and there are times they're boom and bust. Orcs, ooh, orcs. Orcs is a good call. Orcs is a good call. Yeah. You could throw orcs in there. Maybe orcs. Yeah. So I lambast me. I'd forgotten about orcs for a moment. And chaos. So I think top 5. Doing top 5 again. I think I would go Marines, Guard, Tyranids, Chaos, Orcs. Then I would. Orcs and Chaos could be. You could swap those around. And then 6, I would say Necron. 7th, I would say Tau. And then after that, 8th. I guess it depends on if you add all the Chaos factions together. See, that's not as easy as it once was, because Chaos, you know, if you buy Intercessors, that's for all Marines. If you buy Legionnaires, that's not for all Chaos factions, is it? I don't know if I'd put Chaos. Actually, I don't know if I'd put Chaos in the top 5. Because I'm not talking about all Chaos combined. I think if you add all Chaos combined, you could probably get them into the top 2 slot. But a guy that plays Chaos Space Marines is not going to buy a unit of 1,000 Suns. And not going to buy a unit. You know, a guy who plays Death Guard is going to buy Plague Boast Crawlers before he buys Vindicators and stuff like that. Do you see what I mean? John Pockets, a lot of Chaos uses CSWs. Not as much as it used to. Put it this way. When was the last time you saw a World Eater's army outside of Terminators that was using mixed? That was using stuff from a Chaos Space Army, like, consistently. Not really. For the longest time, Chaos Space Army consisted of Angron and 8-bound. And Berserkers. Maybe you could say Khan in a Land Raider. You know, maybe Land Raiders, you could count that, maybe. But the point is, it's not the same. I don't think it's quite the same. If you want to lump all Chaos factions together, then I think you put them in the top 2 slot. I think if you don't put all the Chaos factions together, I would put them maybe top 8, but not necessarily top 5. Fortress, Predators, Vindicators. Yeah, I see all of those in Chaos Space Marines. You're absolutely rad, Mad Larkin. I cannot tell you the last time I saw a Forge Fiend in a World Eater army. I cannot tell you the last time I saw a Forge Fiend in a Death Guard army. I cannot tell you the last time I saw a Forge Fiend in a 1,000 Suns army. Do you know what I see instead of Forge Fiend 1,000 Suns? Mutileth Vortex Beasts. Do you know what I see instead of Forge Fiends in a Death Guard army? I see Plague Boast Crawlers. Do you know what I see instead of Forge Fiends in a fucking World Eaters army? I see fucking, like, multiple billion 8-bound. Yeah. Mad Larkin, that must be a low. I'm not. Remember, guys. I'm sure there is someone out there with a World Eater's Forge Fiend. I'm sure there are several people out there with World Eater Forge Fiends. Remember, do not use little chiclets to try and go. No. We're talking about big picture majority of stuff. I'm sure you can find some absolutely cracked World Eater player that's gone out there and all of his Khorne Berserkers are converted from fucking 1,000 Sun Rubik Marines. Do you know what I mean? Some beautiful passion project. But it's an isolated incident that doesn't prove the wider picture, which is, in the majority of cases, World Eater players aren't taking Forge Fiends. They're taking 8-bound, and they're taking Berserkers, and they're taking Angron, stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? In the majority of cases, Death Guard players aren't running around there with fucking Forge Fiends. See what I mean? Like, I'm not saying there isn't some crossover. What I'm saying is the crossover is nowhere near the same level of crossover as it is with Space Marines. And that's why I think Space Marines take the top slot, but why I think you could say that regular Chaos isn't even in the top 5 for total sales. Exactly. Anecdotal evidence, Bad Rabbit. Exactly. Exactly. There you go. That's not it's just not my opinion. It's not my opinion. I will say, I think rhinos. I think. Do you know what? I think if you worked out what was the best out of if you took all the Chaos Space Marines, all the Horus Heresy, all the regular Space Marines, I think the best-selling kit at GW has to be the Rhino. It's got to be the Rhino, right? Because you have rhinos for like Death Guard rhinos, Worldian rhinos, thousands of rhinos. You're gonna get Emperor's Children rhinos. You're gonna get Chaos rhinos. You're gonna have Space Marine rhinos, Space Wolf rhinos, Dark Angel rhinos. It's gotta be the Rhino, right? Let me know what you think is the most sold kit. If you add all the different varieties and variants from different games like Heresy, it's gotta be the Rhino, right? Let me know what you would throw into the hat as the most sold kits at GW. Rhinos are free. Sisters use rhinos. Custodians use rhinos. Yeah, Sisters Rhinos is a great one. Yeah, exactly. It's got to be the Rhino, right? Rhinos, you get a Rhino, and you get a Rhino. Everyone gets a Rhino. It's got to be the Rhino, right? Yeah, man. It's got to be the Rhino. It's cool, man. The Rhino is literally like the M113 of 40k. It's not the best transport, but everyone gets one. It's like, oh no, some Imperial allied faction has just got into a war. What is the Imperium going to send them as an aid package? 1 million rhinos. But you can't send those. You can't send that. That's military hardware. No. We took the storm bolters off. These are humanitarian rhinos. So let's see the Lord of War. We're shipping the missile separately. This is a medical helicopter. Joe Campbell, GW's number one most sold product is 32mm base. That's a good point. Yeah, true. When was the last time you actually heard of anyone buying a rhino? Someone's got to be buying them. Yeah. Guard could proxy them as Tauroxes. Agreed. Agents use them as well. Rhinos are by far the most used transport, and I love that. I love that so much. Yeah. Anyway, I keep going down these deep dives, and I keep missing everyone's fucking super chats. I'm so sorry. I'll try and catch up on a few now. Stardock 10 says the Lemus a strong one up. I think I could see the Lehman Russ being one of the most sold kits from GW. Yeah, for sure. Out of all of the kits GW sells for 40k, I'd say for 40k, or that can be used in 40k, I think if you took all of the Lehman Russ variants, so Heresy ones and 40k ones, I think the Lehman Russ would be in the top 10 of all kits GW sells. Yeah. All right, I want to say next a big thank you to Daniel Simpson. Oh, Daniel Simpson, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Tinfoil and piss jugs at the ready, sir. Yes, amazing, dude. I mean, get that tinfoil on and get filling those piss jugs, because I think if you think that 10th edition was the edition of loss, I think 11th edition is where we lose all Firstborn. I think we lose all Demons. I think. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. All right, Daniel Simpson. I'm just gonna say it. Get that tinfoil ready. Get those pictures ready. Let me know what you think, chat. I think 10th edition is the edition where GW is trimming model lines. They're trimming Forge World. They're squatting things. They're legending things. 10th edition is the edition of loss. That's where they're like streamlining and homogenizing and standardizing a lot of the production lines, because they've only got limited production in their factory. Even when they're expanding it, they're still limited, right? 11th edition is the edition when Demons go. Death Watch get rolled into Imperial Agents proper. They tried it once, they'll try it again. Admech and Knights merge together as a faction. Chaos. I'm going hot. I'm going hot. All Chaos factions, all of them. One book. One faction. One faction. Marines will stay as multiple factions, just as the fucking to piss everyone off. Flyers will either be overpowered or gone. One of the two. No in between. They're either going to be OP or they're gone. They'll just be tokens. They'll just be tokens. If even that. Okay. I'm going to start saying a bunch of shit I don't even believe. But I'm just going to say it to get a reaction. Sisters of Battle, Grey Knights, and Death Watch all get rolled as their whole factions get rolled into Imperial Agents. Whole factions. I'm saying it now. I'm saying it now. They're all getting merged into one. One big Imperial Agents book, because that way they can sell Sisters players, Grey Knight models, Grey Knight players, Sisters models, all together. All together. That's what's going to happen. I tell you one thing I will predict for 11th edition. I'll tell you one thing I will predict. This is a safe one. I think Guard gets a new tank in 11th edition. It's not hard. It's not a hard prediction because we get like a new tank every edition. I think we'll get a plastic Macarius. But I think 50-50. 50% chance it goes to Heresy, 50% chance it goes to 40k. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Plastic, multi-part plastic Macarius kit. But it depends on how the monkey's paw curls, you know. It might curl and it goes to 40k. It might curl and it goes to 30k. We don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna make such a bold claim right now. This is gonna piss so many people off. Okay, again, remember I'm saying shit that I don't even really truly believe. We're just going mad with this for a moment, and then we'll get a bit more sensible with it later on. Like I said, Sisters, Grey Knights, Death Watch, all merged into one book. Imperial Agents, Codex Inquisition, something like that. All right. You ready for my next one? Some of you know this is coming. Some of you are like Mordian, don't stop it. Tau and Votan merge as a faction. I'm calling it. Tau and Votan will be merged as a faction. Votan will become an auxiliary race of the Tau. I swear to God, I'm gonna will this into existence. I'm gonna make this happen. The Mordian Gestalt field is gonna make this happen, man. It's gonna make it happen. They've already set it up. Votan sold the Tau their ion technology. They've already set it up. That's in the law. You can go and read that right now. That's in the law. Votan sold the Tau their ion technology. The Tau didn't invent it. Tau don't even invent shit anymore. So they're gonna merge them together. They're gonna merge them together. Okay, maybe that one is a bit too far. Maybe that one's a bit too far. But it's either that or Votan gets squatted again. I honestly am not sure which I would find funnier. Votan and Tau getting merged as a faction, or Votan not getting a 10th edition book and just not making it into 11th edition. They got Votan. They got Votan. I'm going to call it now. Guard, get rolled into the Tau. Guvesa. I reckon we will see Guvesa in 11th edition. You're going to print the Madlock. That's what's going to happen. All right, we'll come back to it. I do think there could be a chance that we get Codex Inquisition and Sisters Grey Knights of Deathwatch all get merged together. But properly this time. Properly. Yeah. They half-assed it the first time. I think they'll whole-ass it the next time. I also do think, on a more serious note, I do think we are going to get a supplement for every single Marine chapter. Space Wolves, Dark Angels. We've already got Dark Angels, obviously. Space Wolves and Ultramarines, Imperial Fists. Well, Fists, so Imperial Fist, Crimson Fist, stuff like that. All right, next I want to say a big thank you to Brown Bread. Brown Bread, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Evening MG. Finished the box of Terminators just in time to start my Slanesh box. Pictures in chat. Nice. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. They are so cool. They're really good. Oh, wow. Holy shit, man. I love that. Hey, dog. He's a cutie pie. That's little Jack Russell. That's cute. I love that, man. That's an incredible conversion. That's an incredible conversion. Not my idea. Come from Tabletop Tactics. Ever chosen on me. Fair enough. Still, incredible conversion, man. I love that. We've also got Fun Jacob coming in here. GT brief after action and picture stream discussion. Yeah, I saw this before. Went 1 and 4 at my events weekend. 80 plus participants. It was a Super Shark Tank. Round 1, win versus Votan. 94-45. Round 2, lost to Eldar 45-96. Round 3, lost to Eldar 65-96. Round 4, lost to Daemons 33-88. Round 5, lost to Admech 75-100. You literally flew too close to the sun. You fucking bodied Votan, and then you just got your ass handed. You just got your ass filled in. And not in a horrible way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not shit. I'm like, oh, you shit. Nah, man. Eldar, Demons, and then Admech can be surprisingly good. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's rough. Don't think I'm being a knobhead to you. I've been to tournaments like that, bro, where I've won the first game and then got fucking diddled. Absolutely fucking smashed, mate. Yeah. Let's have a look at the extra details. All my opponents were awesome. I had a good time. After I lost second round to Eldar and saw how ineffective I was against them, I accepted that I was completely ineffective fighting Eldar. In round 3, when I was paired into them again, I decided I was no longer going to play competitively and just play fun. Good idea. Good idea, man. My big takeaway from the event, Hammer the Emperor is awesome and truly surprised people. Agreed. Factions are not worth it. Damn your eyes! Shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. In total, over 5 games, I fired between 30 and 40 rounds with only one hit, even though they were nearly always hitting on 3s. And for the one round that hit, my opponent simply CP refilled the 4 invulnerable save. If you're firing 30 and 40 shots and only getting one hit, bro, that is a you fucking problem. I'm telling you right now. For Jacob, you need to get some new dice. I suspect there's some dice issues going on here, man. Holy shit. In the Florida meta, it does not matter how fast you are as a Gadsden. Every army is faster than you, and everyone will obliterate you in one turn if they can. Speed doesn't matter when there's no opponent visible. See, this is something I've been saying for a little while. Everyone, whenever I say Guard is a slow faction, people go, no, Guard's not a slow faction. It's like, no. I'm not saying Guard is a slow faction in isolation. I'm saying Guard is a slow faction relative to a lot of other factions. So yeah, I absolutely agree. Guard isn't a slow faction. We're a relatively slow faction. Torque darts are the most effective water strategy we have, and no one expects them. Yeah, they're very, very good. Because of how lethal the games become, the oversaturation of vulnerable saves makes fighting without them a death sentence. And I mean, man, you know what? That sentence literally could be applied to any edition over the last 10 years. It's crazy, that, isn't it? I did enjoy the event, though. While everyone was a shark, all my opponents were legitimately friendly, and all of them knew the rules and always verified when they thought something might seem like a gotcha. And this is what I mean. If you playing at Shark Tanks is often the most fun, because even though you lose more games than you win, typically, you don't come across those wannabe competitive players. I've said before, there's multiple kinds of people that go to a tournament, but the worst kind of people that go to a tournament are people that think they're good at the game, but actually are dickheads that use gotchas and all sorts of unsportsmanlike behavior because they think they're up here when actually they're just down here. And they never actually get to beat the players that are up here. They never beat the players that are up here. They're just mid-board bullies that think they're better than they are. Yeah. But when you go to a Shark Tank and you play against people that actually are up here, even though you lose a lot of games, people are nicer. Yeah. I actually ended up winning best sports for the event and $100. Hey, that's amazing. So I cashed that bad boy in for another Beyblade. I love it. You couldn't have done a more guard thing. Pictures included from my Game Against Votan, the trophy, and Beyblade. And me giving a crisp 07 with the TO and my buddy who got 4th overall and best in faction. That's cool, man. Oh my god. Bikes versus tanks, man. That's never going to end well for them. Nice. Beautiful Votan army, though. Props to your opponent. Wow, this. I love it. That's amazing. Yeah, I like that yellow, man. That's really cool. Nice. Double autocannon torque turret. That's kind of cool. I like that. Just like waves of tanks spilling onto objectives. Yeah. It looks like a tough game for the Votan. Looks like a good game for you, a tough game for the Votan. By the way, I often think that most sporting is the true first place. I do. I think it's very important. My most cherished award that I've ever won is my 2 most sporting awards. Yeah. I love that. That's good. That's good. Nice. Nice. Fun Jacob, you absolute mad lad. You absolute mad lad. Dude, thank you so much for the support and well done for going to the tournament. And I love the fact that you went to a tournament and you won most sporting, and the fact that you got a Beyblade at the end. That's so cool. All right. We've also got Walario82. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Plastic Macarius in 11th. Start the hope trade. Dude, I didn't even see this message. I didn't even see this message before when I was talking about the Plastic Macarius. I'm just going to say, great minds think alike, bro. Great minds think alike. And also, apparently, our minds think alike as well. Walario, thank you so much, man, for the support. Thank you. And yes, Plastic Macarius. You heard it here first. You heard it first, Plastic Macarius. There you go. I want to say a huge thank you to Crucible76. Crucible, my boy. Thank you for the 32 months. X-Force, baby. Double X-Force. Nearly triple. It'll be a soft squat. Main units rolled into Chaos Space Marines. With Demons, yeah. So I think that Demons are... I think it's going to be a soft squat. I think they'll still sell the boxes, but I think they're going to go as a standalone faction. And I think the reason for this is because GW doesn't want you buying kits for one game and using them in another game. So we've seen this on multiple levels now. We saw this at the beginning of 10th edition when they said you can't use Horse Heresy models in 40k anymore. We've seen this in Old World and Old World when they went, half of the old factions are going to be legacy factions, and when you're not going to be able to use those. Well, you can't use them in Old World. Everyone does. Literally, the Old World community told you to go get bent. They did it in AOS where they're like, can't use Beastmen and Savage Orcs in AOS anymore. You have to use those in Old World. And I think we're going to see it happen in 40k now, where demons were originally sold as, oh, look, you can buy this and you can use it in 2 different games. You can use Daemons in AOS and you can use Daemons in 40k. I know a lot of people who originally got into Daemons because they were like, 40k and GW games in general are expensive, but at least if I can get 2 armies in one, then I can play 2 game systems. You know what I mean? And whilst most of the time they use their Daemons in 40k, let's say 80% of the time they use them in 40k, 20% of the time they play an AOS game. The fact that GW has now basically done an internal policy change and reversed it, and now it's like, no, you can't use these in you can't have you can't buy boxes for multiple game systems, and now they're siloing their games. I think they're going to I think that Daemons are going to go basically as a support unit. They'll release Daemons as support units in 40k, and then there'll be a standalone faction in AOS. That's the way they'll do it. Yeah. I know. Look, Frozz. Ors. I call you Froz. Froz. I know. Daemons are one of the oldest factions. I know. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago when they released Daemons in plastic and the White Dwarf Battle Report. They had Daemons who could deep strike anywhere on the board versus a guy who brought guard, who brought 2 basilisks, which had a minimum range, and it was so obviously set up for the guard to fail. It was bullshit. Okay, I was there. I saw the White Dwarf Battle Report. I was there when the ancient scrolls were written. I was there, man. But GW, man, they're crazy. They're crazy. GW is so committed to this idea of people, of you not mixing games, mixing models between games. Okay, they're so committed to this, they now sell the same kit multiple times, but for different games. So rather than just coming out with an updated Leman Russ kit that could be used in both Heresy and 40k, now we've got 2 different Leman Russes. Now we've got 2 different kinds of Rhino. Now we've got 2 different kinds of Predator. And it's in Old World and AOS as well. Now we've got 2 different kinds of Night Goblin. We've got 2 different kinds of Wolf Rider, 2 different kinds of Orcs, 2 different kinds of Black Orcs. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. They do this all the time now. GW would rather, for some fucked up reason, would rather have inefficient, like, manufacturing and have selling the same kit basically twice. They'd rather do that than have people be able to buy kits and use them in multiple games. Yeah, frauds. Look the reference. We're old shits. First edition. As much as they're adding Daemons into the trade book, I suspect they're getting nixed. Also, see the detachment. I don't know, man. I'm saying they're not going to get a codex. I'm saying that they're going to be mostly in other people's armies. Ross, see the new detachment. The new detachment for Chaos Demons is about bringing Chaos Space Marines. Think about that. Your new, arguably, most powerful Chaos Demon detachment is encouraging you to buy Chaos Space Marines. Now, if I was Games Workshop and I wanted a bunch of Demon players to get used to buying Chaos Space Marine models, because I knew that I was going to squat Chaos Demons as a separate faction, don't you think it would be a good idea to release a totally free detachment that is weirdly powerful, that's quite powerful, so that all the Demon players spend the last 12 to 16 months of 10th edition buying up a bunch of fucking Chaos Space Marine models, so that when we release 11th edition and Demons are no longer a standalone faction, and instead Chaos Demons and Chaos Space Marines are one faction, that all the Chaos Demon players then be like, well, I already have a bunch of them. I already have a bunch of Chaos Space Marines, so it's not such a big deal after all. Am I crazy? Or is what I'm saying making too much sense? Is what I'm saying making too much sense? A lot of people here make the mistake of thinking GW is stupid. A lot of people here make the mistake of saying GW is stupid. They ain't stupid, man. They ain't stupid. They ain't. They know how to squeeze money out of people. There you go. All right. Next, I want to say a big thank you to John Apocalypse. John Apocalypse, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Demons will stay. People play DE unlike Deathwatch. I'm gonna guess DE being Demons, not Dark Eldar. I mean, Dark Eldar aren't going anywhere. Dark Eldar aren't going anywhere. Although I could see them merging all Eldar together. I could see them going because they already merged Eldar and Harlequins together, and they were two separate factions that had two separate codexes. I think you could see they could bring Dark Eldar in there as well. I think they can have them all under one book, which I know would be crazy, but I could see them doing it. They've already got a bunch of Dark Eldar units in the Eldar Codex. Mad Larkin, you are crazy. You made me a mod. It's Mod Larkin, baby. It's Mod Larkin. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael. Oh, Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, bro. To be honest, I want an Ultramarine book. I left because Ultramarines lost their tactical uniqueness. Yeah, Ultramarines had an index. Not an index. They had a supplement at the end of 8th edition, which then they carried through pretty much all of 9th edition. And then eventually it went away, didn't it? Yeah. It is somewhat crazy that Ultramarines don't get a book because they are the poster boy faction. It is somewhat crazy. Good point, Ishmael. Good point. I want to say a big thank you to Willario. Willario, thank you so much for the 18 months. Xbox, baby. Thank you for the channel for a year and a half, you mad, beautiful bastard. Willario, by the way, I've made the wall ario, which is all the mods you sent me. I've stacked up against one wall and it nearly fills up half. It goes past the halfway point of the wall, man. It's incredible. not like width, but height. There you go. Oh my days. 07, enjoy the stream. Look forward to the future. Hey, Willario, thanks for support, man. And I look forward to you being here as well, man. That's incredible. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Aspag now. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Hey, did you aspire to start Imperial Guard? And I posted my command team so far in street discussion to see what you think. Let's take a look, man. Oh, wow. Okay, Aspag now. I know it's taken me a long time to get to you, but they look fucking beautiful. Wow. It's like way better than I can paint. That is way better than I can paint. They look gorgeous, man. They look grim. They look gritty. They look gnarly as fuck. That's like this guy look right here with like the fucking gnarly looking fucking trench coat looks awesome. But then I love the fact that you've made the officers look like bright and imposing. And I love how that flag has come out. The transfers are incredible, man. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. 10 out of 10. Awesome. Awesome. I love that Krieg banner. I'm going to have to get some of these Krieg command squads, man. I love that banner. That's great. Okay. I want to say a big thank you to James Schaefer. James Schaefer, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. What do you think the odds of getting Restorians back in 11th edition are? If not a full release, maybe a made to order. I think they've already done the Restorian made to order. Let me check. So they've done a number of made to orders. GW every couple of years does an old metal guard made to order. So Restorian made to order. I think they did it in 2018. Yeah, so the last time they did it was they've done a made to order in 2018 for Destroyers, and then I think they've done Valhallans. They did the Valhallan made to order 2020, and I think they did the Mordians already as well. Maybe not. I don't think they've done made to order Mordians yet. But they did do made to order Steel Legion. That was the last one. Yeah, that was only a couple of years ago. So 2 years. So every 2 years. Every 2 years they do a guard made to order. And we've had Destroyers with the first one. Then we had Valhallans. And then we had Steel Legion. I don't think we've had Mordians. And I don't think we've had Talan either. No, we've definitely not had... We've not had Talan. We've not had Mordians. Catchans they already sell. Cadians they obviously already sell. They won't do made to orders of those ones, which is a shame. Yeah. Mordian to order. I love that, Ross. Yeah. So yeah, I think that the last two they have are the last two they'll do is they might do Praetorians. They might do Praetorians, but they've never done a made to order Praetorians before. But they've done made to order for the last two of the discontinued regiments that they ever sold in more than a limited edition box. Is Mordians and Talan. Yeah. Yeah. And we're not going to get into it now because it's not the point, but GW may not remake Talans if they're worried about... I don't want to start a conversation down in the chat. It's not the point here. But maybe we should put modern sensibilities is maybe the way to put it, which I think is a shame because I don't think there's anything that should be offensive about those models. But you don't know. GW likes to play these things safe. They like to play these things safe. Hence why they no longer sell Skaven slaves in Old World, and they no longer sell Savage Orcs in Old World. They won't call them Savage Orcs. They're Orcs with war paint now. And they won't call them Skaven slaves anymore. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So there's a few things that GW is very cautious about these days, shall we say. But who knows? Who knows? I would love it if they did bring to light. I know for my biggest regret is I've missed out on the made to orders. And I think if they brought back a Destroyer made to order, I think I would possibly spend quite a silly amount of money. I don't want to tell you what I do with a fucking Destroyer made to order, boys. You've no idea. You've no idea, man. All right. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Chip Bandit. Chip Bandit. Oh, thank you so much for... thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Giga chat. Big love, MG. Big love, Chip Bandit. Defended the mines from thieving Xenos and punished them accordingly. Commissar Sharbagith was not happy. Pictures and write-up in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Go through the pictures first. Those bloody dwarves. They keep digging all these holes that we have to fill in. Let's have a look. Hey, well, you should have automatically won because your army's painted. Just saying. Sorry, Voran guy, but you've automatically lost. I love this, man. I love the picture of the Chimera like going on the top of the. Reminds that scene in Save for Rhymes, like love that. Yeah. Yes, the bank, the steel, the bank, the steel. Vanquishers are slotting people, man. I love it. Classic Stormtroopers, baby. They made to order of these guys. I'm just saying. This is what they need to redo Scions in this design. I'm just telling you now. They'll be as successful as the Kazakin, classic Kazakin. Yeah. Nice. I mean, you are getting a bit fisted, but hopefully you seem to have survived it relatively well, so that's good. Dude, I love it. Let's have a look at the write-up. Following redeployment from the Curse of Alganar campaign, the Cadian 43rd Army Group redeployed and spread out for sector defense of the Broncholic system, safeguarding resources and settlements from piracy and other heretical intervention. Long-range reconnaissance protected Xenos ships in the sector, but have since gone silent. On the mining world of Bronk-Noliok, that'll be it, Bronk-Noliok 5, the 937th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of the 20th and the 20th Tank Regiment sweep the dunes and man positions at respective camps. Nice. Send them packing. Send them packing, man. There you go. Read the scions of stormtroopers and give them to agents, right? Sure. Just give me plastic vac suit stormtroopers. That's all I want, man. Whatever it takes. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Joseph Stilling. Joseph Stilling, thank you so much for the 13 months. Xbox, baby. Thank you, man. Went 4-1 at a GT this weekend. Brief rundown and stream discussion. Dude, nice job going 4-1. Very, very good result. So, went 4-1 at a GT this weekend with double Vank and double Rogel Dawn Tank Commander on WTC terrain. Only 16 players, but it's still a bit of a shark tank. Round 1 was GSC Final Day, loss 36-91. Round 2 was Demonic Incursion, win 78-62. Round 3 was Stodie's Solar Spearheads, 89-82. Close game, that one. Round 4, Necron Awakened Dynasty, 89-84, even closer. Wow. Round 5, Orcs Mordaka, 91-87. Wow. Okay. Those are some very, very close games, man. I love it. 4-1. So you lost the first game. That allowed you to sort of submarine and then get back into the fight after that. A few notes. Torx of Kazakin is a fantastic combo and hammer. 27-inch move. Turn 1 through walls. Disembark stupid good. Vanquishers are great when you give them 3 Dante Flamers. They're excellent at sitting objectives, and shitty infantry doesn't want to come anywhere near the objective to try and out OC or charge you. Dawn Commands are awesome, and all Melt definitely the best war gear for hammer. The Melt is also really strong with the hit wound and damage reroll on the Rogue on Tank Commanders. One tech piece is the sweet spot, in my opinion. Super good for launching a Dawn Force of 4++, and do the same again next turn. Hammer works surprisingly well on WTC terrain. I played KJ Castle, my expansion, and shot tanks forwards to take the center every single game. It was a good playstyle to almost guarantee a drawish into a tough matchup. Nice. So okay. Now, I guess a lot of those games were close to being draws, weren't they? I guess if WTC terrain, if you do WTC scoring, yeah. Mordaka is stupid strong. List was Gaunt's Ghost, Lord Solar, 2 Rogel Dawns, a Tech Priest, 2 Catachans, 1 Cadians, 1 Kazakin, 2 Toroks, 2 Vanks, Executioner, Exterminator, and Scout Sentinel. Nice. Well, very, 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 very well done, Joseph Stilling. Very well done. Looks like a series of quite hard games. And I believe you when you say it was a Shark Tank, man. That's powerful. But I love your list as well. So it's a lot of tanks. And for a lot of people, they can't deal with that much armor. Yeah. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Wind Whistler. Wind Whistler, thank you for the super chat, man. Your thoughts on the Tutagen Guard in the Empire Arcane Journal? I haven't looked at them yet. Give me a second. I'm back. Whoa. Shutojun Guard. 13 points a model, so kind of pricey. Weapon skill for toughness 4 native. Okay, I like them. I already like them. They come with wolf hammers and full plate armor. You get full command. And you can have Guardians of the Temple +1. They got Blessing of Ulrich, they got Blessings of Ulrich, Close Order, and Drilled, and Guardians of the Temple, and Stubborn, and Veteran. Wow. Okay, a model with the Blessing of Ulrich, a model special rule has 6 at ward save against anyone suffered that were caused by an attack that has the flaming attack special rule. Oh, okay. That's a big bag of shit. That doesn't mean anything. Guardian of the Temple. When engaged in combat, a model with the special rule may reroll any hit rolls to hit of a natural 1. That's very, 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 very good. Wolf Hammer. Its strength +1, AP -2, requires 2 hands. The wielder of Wolf Hammer, use it during a turn in which they made a charge move of 3 inches or more. They have a +2 strength modifier rather than the usual +1. Guardians of the Wolf Priest. Any army using the Empire Man Grand Army composition list may include 0 to 1 unit of Teuton Guards, a special choice per warrior priest of Ulrich unit it includes. Oh, amazing. Yeah, a 10 out of 10 unit that. 10 out of 10 unit that, man, for sure. I would definitely, I will be getting some. I'll be getting some of them. I just put out 60 great swords. I said I won't need any more Empire infantry. I think I'm going to need a unit of 30 Teuton Guard for sure. Yeah. Very, very strong unit that. I like it. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. 10th edition is the edition of Loss. GW. Nah, mate, you've not seen nothing yet. Hold on to your bum cheeks and dildos and lube up. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I were, I'm not even a betting man. I'm just going to say, 1 minute. I got a sex bot in here I need to deal with. Okay. I would confidently state that if you added up all of the data sheets that have been removed from the game,
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
and you compared that to all of the data sheets that, how to put this, if you took all of the data sheets that existed at the beginning of the edition, so all of the indexes, right, and you added up how many data sheets have been removed from that original total number and compared it to all of the data sheets that have been added. So, like, obviously we didn't have any Emperor's Children data sheets. So they're all going to get, like, added in. Even with the fact we've got, like, a whole new faction coming in here. I think the number of data sheets lost will be significantly higher than the number of data sheets gained. Easily. I mean, Guard lost. I mean, how many? We must have lost. I don't even want to think about it. All the Forge World stuff, man. All of it. Yeah. I bet we've lost way. I bet we've lost way more than we've gained. For sure. Sure. All right. I want to say a huge thank you to Tiki Banzai. Thank you so much, man. Hargo, GB Planes, and Kenpai Tai in stream discussion. 2 years. 2 years. We've been 2 years. My God, sir. My God. Let's have a look here. What the fuck are those planes, man? What the fuck are those Kenpai? What the fuck is this, Tiki? Why have you got Japanese schoolgirls running around with MP40s and calling them Kenpai-type political officers? This, I like. I'm going to be real. This, I'm 50-50 on. I'm 50-50 on this. This, get in the sea. It's not historical. It's not historical, Tiki. What do you think this is? Conflict 47? Damn your eyes, sir. Damn your eyes. I want to say a huge thank you to Asian Persuasion. Thank you for the super chat, man. I don't know if you already talked about it, but Combat Engineers got hit hard. Everything that launched in the box of January has gotten worse already. The most expensive Codex release. Yeah. Were the artillery platforms like... 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, bloody hell. I'm not going downstairs. Weren't the artillery platforms like 70 points when they released, and now they're 95? What the fuck? No, not everything. No, not everything's been nerfed. Not everything's gotten worse. The Kree Command Squad is still okay. They didn't nerf the Kree Command Squad. They didn't nerf the Death Riders. They did nerf Dreer. They did nerf the Engineers. And they did nerf the Siege platform. So 60% of the new... Oh, and they didn't nerf the Krieg heavy weapon teams. They were always 75 points, weren't they? Did they nerf the Krieg heavy weapon teams? I feel like they're the same. So 50-50. 50-50, right? I like it. Was it in the box set? Okay, if we're just talking about the box set, they nerfed the Engineers and they nerfed Dreer. They didn't nerf the Death Riders and they did nerf the artillery. So look, stop exaggerating. Stop exaggerating, Asian Persuasion. GW only nerfed 75% of the models that they released in that limited edition box set. I don't know what you're complaining about. What? I can't say it. What are you complaining about? What, you don't like 75% of your models being invalidated before you've got before you've had a chance to really build and paint them and use them? You don't like that? There's just no pleasing some people, it would seem.
Reporting for duty, sir.
It's bad, man. It's bad, isn't it? Yeah, it's really bad. I want to say a big thank you to Star Captain. Star Captain, thank you so much for the tip, mate. Total War Warhammer 3 has finally got me into Old World. I'm planning on printing a full kit of army and playing them as Empire. Bear Riders would be Demigryph Knights, but I don't know what to actually print, as I've heard that state troops are terrible, so I don't know how to start. Star Captain, firstly, welcome to the best tabletop game. Old World is the best. And hopefully, I know you've been having some problems with your printer initially. I know we had a little chat where I was like, you need to level the plate bed. It doesn't come pre-leveled, and don't, if it says it does, ignore it and redo it. So hopefully you can level the plate bed, which is really easy to do, and you've been printing with great success ever since, or you've been able to fix it one way or another. Regarding like Old World stuff, it's very different to 40k. So you've got it working. Sweet. So 40k, it's all about the meta. It's all about what is the best, most cutting edge, most lethal stuff. You don't even need to think about Old World that way. There is a meta in Old World. There are units which are better than others. But frankly, the game is woefully unbalanced. And it's so unbalanced. It's like it's not really worth worrying about. You want to be engaging in Flavor Town, and so don't worry about what is good and what is bad, because 90% of the players that you are going to encounter won't be caring. 90% of players will be playing vibes, will be playing Flavor, and that's been true since day one, and it's true a year later. I still take state troops because I like state troops. Yo, that rat bastard still takes clan rats, even though they're terrible. I know he has to take some of them, but even so, exactly. It's all about gentleman rules, and people. Kian's right. It's all about gentleman rules, and people understand that. So, if just honestly, go for a fucking full Kislev army and just enjoy creating like fluff around that and creating like a force around that for sure. Yeah. So what I would say is like it's also it doesn't really also because you're 3D printing a lot of stuff. It's not as when if it's like 40k and it's like, oh yeah, buy whatever the fuck you want, and then like someone goes out and spends like I don't know what would be a bad list, but someone went out and bought 2,000 points worth of Scions right now. That I'd feel bad because I would have been like, buy whatever the fuck you want, and then they might have wasted the money. In Old World, it's literally a case of buy whatever the fuck you, especially if you're printing, print whatever you want. I've had so many times when people have told me X unit is unusable, and then it turns out it's fine. Everybody tells me state troops are bad. And yet, my state troops have been some of my best performing units. And in some games they've not done. In some games they've been less good. But honestly, state troops, it's not like 40k. A lot of the time in Old World, even bad units can do good things. Yeah. So Star Captain, honestly, just print the vision that you have in your head first. Worry about how good that's going to play on tabletop second. There you go. No, Tiki, you can't bring your 8 Japanese Chiha tanks to Old World. I'm sorry. Next was a big thank you to Mamoru. Mamoru, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Oh, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard. The Emperor's true finest. There we are. Star Captain, it's just, yeah, we'll do. I can't wait to get them on the table, especially big bricks pushing back and forth into them. Dude! People say that infantry is bad in Old World. But that's because I have found that infantry versus infantry fights are actually very balanced and the best way to play Old World for fun. Because you have that back and forth. It's just because all of these knobheads run around with like 3 dragons. Not all of these knobheads. There's like one knobhead who will run around with like 3 dragons. And then you're like, fuck that guy. I want to say a big thank you to Martial Law. Martial Law, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Boss Grand. Boss Grand, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. My theory is that they are squatting demons so they can bring them back for Old World. I finished my squad of ghosts. Pictures in Discord. I don't think they'll bring demons back for Old World. I think... Let me just get this on screen because they look really good. I don't think they're going to bring demons back into Old World. I think demons are going to AOS. Although... they're a support faction in AOS right now, from what I understand. And they're going to become a support faction in 40k, is my theory. I tell you what's gonna happen. Postcode, give me a second. I tell you what's gonna happen. I'm predicting this right now. You guys are gonna call me crazy. You guys are gonna say I'm insane. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I'm telling you, this is exactly what's gonna happen. Right. Come on. Yes. Right, here we go. Here we go. All right, 1 minute. Here we go. Oh no, that's the picture right there. That's the picture right there. That's what we want. All right. 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh yeah, I remember these ones. Okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen with Daemons. All right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Okay. Here you go. Right. Okay. So, Boss Grad, I'll get onto your pitch in a second. Catch you later, Spriggs. Catch you later, man. So, they're going to keep the Daemons plastic kits. It's going to happen. All right, it's going to happen. But they're going to bring back Daemons as a full faction. Not a legacy faction, but a full faction in the old world. But of course, Games Workshop won't allow the models for 40k and for old world to be the same. So what they'll do is they will keep all of the current models and keep those for 40k. And then they'll release a set of brand new, beautifully carved, perfectly sculpted new demon models. But they'll put them into AOS. And everyone will be like, why, GW? Why didn't you do it the other way around? You know, give the flagship game the good models. But no, GW doesn't think like that. And then they'll release another set of new models for old world. And they'll be like, Daemons returning to old world. The powers of the chaos wastes are opening up. The chaos demons are returning. Buy your old world Daemons today. Starting off with these classic bloodletters of Khorne. Your whole army can now be purchased in metal pewter models. Not a disciple of Khorne. Find all of that melee stuff just uncivilized. How about you buy yourself some classic pink horrors? Pink and blue horrors. You know it's true. You know it's true. That's what they'll do. The old world team will bust out the fucking pewter metal fucking demon army. And it'll be like JTY from the old world team commenting on the release of these classic pewter models. There's just something about pewter models which sets them apart from plastic. The weight of them just really adds a unique feel to the army. Oh man, that's what's going to happen. I think we've got old plague bearers as well, you know. I think we've got old plague bearers. That's definitely not right. Yeah, there you go. The old plague bears aren't so bad. They're a bit goofy, but when painted up, they're not so bad. Yeah. They're not so bad. Plague bears look fine. Well, there's two different ones. They're like the old ones. They're the the intermediate ones. Yeah. To be fair, as chat is saying, if they bring back the, what was it, Juan Diaz Demonettes, those would sell like hotcakes. Yeah, the big titty Demonettes that I'm in. Yeah, man. I wonder if I can find those. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. I'm gonna. Oh no. No, you won't. No, you won't get the ones you want. See, you won't get the ones you want. Right, 1 second here. Right. Right. I'm pissing myself 1 second. Wait, where are they? Wait, where are they? Right. Okay. I know exactly which demonettes that you guys are talking about. I know exactly which ones. Okay. But I probably can't show them off on stream because they literally have giant fucking titties, right? Giant fucking titty demonettes. Okay. But you guys are gonna, the monkey's paw is gonna curl. It's gonna curl, and you're gonna get classic demonettes back. Here you go. These are the classic demonettes you were talking about, right, guys? Oh. There you go. There you go, man. These are the classic demonettes you were talking about. Oh, man. Right. There you are. If you guys really want to see demonette titties, just type in Juan Diaz demonettes and you'll get them. You don't need me. You don't need me to show them off so you can all have a fucking group drain together. You can have little individual drains. All right. All right. Let's now look at Boss Grand's beautiful ghosts. More beautiful than any titties. There you go. Nice. You've done some really good detail on this. The camo cloaks are so good. All the models are great, but the camo cloaks are seriously something else, man. I love it. Proper like DPM pattern like camo cloaks. So cool. Nice. I like you've done a lot of the tattoos as well, which is cool. And the highlights on the black to make it look a bit better. Yeah. Yeah. Extra bit of detail put in there, man. That's cool. Dude, excellent work. Excellent work. All right. Next, I'll say a big thank you to MP Bros. MP Bros, thank you for the super chat, man. Drop the paragraph in stream discussion. 07, keep up the fight. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Okay. Hey MG, two things. One, do you have a packet of any resources on how to run your narrative games? So local game stores would like to run something together and you have experience, so I thought I would ask. Okay, so the big mistake that I see, not big mistake. I would run like a big narrative weekend over a long-term narrative campaign. One of the big problems that I've seen with long-term narrative campaigns is some people will turn up and try and be as narrative as possible, and some people will turn up and use it as an excuse to club seals. And you can't really stop those people from doing that. So also what you find is like after 2 or 3 or 4 weeks of like, if everyone's been playing like a game a week kind of thing, you'll have like a bunch of people that are so far ahead of everyone else, or you'll have one person that's basically already won the campaign. Do you know what I mean? So instead, what I would do, if you're going to have local stores that want to run something together, I would run it like multiple, like have like them all organized, like a big event in their stores happening on the same weekend. So it's like lots of satellite events, and have each store like doing like a battlefield or representing like a planet in a system. And you basically come up with a bunch of just like fun narrative games. They're just games. They're not like big campaigns stretching over time. And basically, you just do like a multi-store Thanatos. That's the way I would do it. Yeah. That's how I did my last crusade, unfortunately. Bruce Bracken, that's what happens in every single crusade ever. Every single one. Yeah. Just one big battle. Yeah, we're looking for a weaker battle. Yeah, so my experience is create a okay. This goes out to anyone that wants to run anything like this. This is what I found works. Your mileage may vary. Don't guide the players down a story. Create a sandbox. Okay? How I do it at Thanatos is I come up with what I think would be a cool map in my head. Like a biome, like jungle board or city map. I create a cool biome in my head. I think what would be a cool mission to fight on that. And then I make the map. And then I give both sides 2 high-level objectives for the day or for the weekend. Like the Imperium, spawning pools. You need to destroy the spawning pools in the jungle map where the Tyranids are. Tyranids, you need to defend the jungle pools. And then I say to the players, that's it. You've got your main objective. But I say any cool ideas that you come up with, like that aren't in like the core rules of 40k, let me know. Come and, if you want permission to do something cool, then go for it. So a good example might be when I was doing the city map, Hive Primus in Thanatos. They had like a big wall, big like castle wall defending it. And the heretics assaulting the city went, what if we drive a bunch of Cyclops demolition vehicles? And they were meant to capture the gatehouses. And the heretics said, what if we launch 9 Death Strike missiles at the walls? And I was like, you launch all of the Death Strikes at those walls? You blow the walls up. That will be the equivalent of taking the gatehouses. And that's what they did. There's no rules for that. But it was a cool idea, and I thought it was a cool idea, and it was a creative idea and a narrative idea of how to achieve an objective. Would it, a Chaos Lord is here who's here to despoil the planet. He's taken the gatehouses not as like a strategic objective. He's taken those so we can then get into the city. He just blows the fucking walls up. He's achieving the same thing just via a different route. Yeah. Exactly. Mark's got it right. Make an outline. Let them figure it out. Make a sandbox. The sandbox has edges, but you can almost play in it how you want. Yeah, it's like a D&D campaign. Yeah. It's like a D&D campaign. You give the players the quest. How they complete the quest is up to them. So that's how I would do it, MP Bros. Give the players a quest. Give the players a battle. Yeah. There you go. And then let them figure out how to get from point A to point B. Every store can do that. Every store's TO can have discretion on what... Because you can't endorse every idea that players come up with. You can't endorse every idea. You have to have someone who can go... Because some players will try and be like, well, what if we do this? And it's like, you're just doing that because you think it's overpowered. You're not doing that because you think it's good narrative sense. You're doing that because you think it's overpowered. There's a spirit of the game. So you want to let the players figure out how to get from point A to point B, but you can't let the lunatics run the asylum. That's the way of doing it. All right. And then you've got the second part here, MP Bros. I want to share something about the chess clock and how they should be used. At the beginning of the 10th, I participated in a beginner RTT for people who hadn't played competitively. It was advertised as such, and some of my local game club, some of my LGC, I'm not sure what that means, friend wanted me to come, so I did. My first game was against Necrons, against Dismal, third was against World Eater player. I had won the first 2 games, but only just, and the World Eater player... After it's okay, we played with the clock. I had 120 guards with marshals, so this is reasonable in retrospect. I never played with the clock and told my opponent such. It was a bit uncomfortable with it because I hadn't practiced one and didn't know how they were used. He told it was okay but didn't know he'd help me with the clock. He tapped the timer for me when he deployed, and then when I deployed, so it seemed legit. I had a friend who could show up as part of a competitor in Wisconsin. I had a friend who could show up who was part of a competitor in Wisconsin. He knows the start of round 4. I heard about 20 minutes about on the clock. We had both been playing quickly-ish. I hadn't keep track of it because I didn't know how to use it. However, my opponent had run down my clock on his turns, and he was sitting at 1 hour and 15 on his clock. I had not realised it till my friend pointed it out, but never assume mass when it could be a simple mistake. However, my friend brought another of his friends who recognised the guy. He was well known at the game store for angle shooting and cheating. He was not new to the game and was trying to get the $100 store credit for the winner. After that, my friend kept track of the clock, but I got nervous after being put on the clock with only 20 minutes left and ended up clocking out. At this point, anytime I see a clock, I assume my opponent's a dick. It may not be fair to them, but why break it out if we're agreeing to play our best and respect each other's time? If I ran oops all infantry, I would understand, but that's an edge case. Also, shout out to my friend. He went up to bat for me and explained to the ref what had happened. I'm not using names because I haven't asked to, but I want to share that story to get my feeling about the clock, but also share the good side of competitive Warhammer. The World Eater player was disqualified and ended up taking third, so the Jurati of Warhammer. Also, it's my second tournament 10th, and ever, so it gives some context. So, MP Bros. Is it a local gaming club? Cool. No, that guy's just a dickhead. So, what you want to avoid doing is conflating the player with the clock. So, the clock, it's like... I can't use that argument. I really want to make an inappropriate joke, but I don't want people to tell me off. Fuck it, I'm going for it. Please understand that this is a very, very inappropriate joke, but it is still only a joke. I can't say it. Oh, right, I'm going to paraphrase it. Remember, guys. Remember, guys. Clocks don't kill people. People kill people with clocks. I'm sorry. I really want to take it back. But no, because we're not getting into that fucking debate. Jesus Christ, fucking hell. All right. So, all right. There we go. I think that was the most timid offensive joke. It's not the joke which is offensive. It's the can of worms that can open up in the chat. That could be the issue. What stops a bad guy with a clock? A good guy with a clock. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Okay. I did tone it down. I was gonna make it a little bit worse, but I thought it'd be better to go for the paraphrase more than anything else. So the point is, joking aside, is that guy was a dick. That guy was a dick who turned up to a beginner tournament. This is why you should never. Personally, I think you should never have prize support at tournaments. I think the only thing that should be on offer, I think the only thing that should be on offer should be trophies. Crazy that sounds, because the moment that you bring prize support, like serious prize support into it, people get really fucky about it. Yeah. They get really fucky with it, and I think the biggest mistake you could have is like the fact that you had a beginner event. The fact that you had a beginner event with $100 store credit was a big problem. You're always going to get some knobber who's going to turn up. But here's the thing: like you have to understand. People go, "Oh well, it's a tournament." Just Play runs beginner tournaments. I never ever go to them. Yeah, prize support is for best pains and best sportsmanship. Exactly. Prize support goes to best paint to the best sportsmanship, never for first, second, third place. You have prize support for wooden spawn if you really want, wooden speed if you really want, but people will throw games to try and get it. I've seen it. So yeah, it is the sign of someone who is. It is the sign of an absolute and utter piece of shit, an utter scumbag, an like literally lower than amphibian shit. Okay. For a seasoned competitive player to turn up to a beginner tournament. Like, I cannot express my I cannot express my contempt enough for someone that would do that. Like, it's like, were you not, like, honestly, all I'm thinking is, were you not hugged enough as a child? Were you not like, you know, they're the kind of people. Okay, I've said this before, and I think this might get me into a little bit of trouble. Okay. But I'm saying this as someone who was bullied at school. Not a lot. It was in my first year of what Americans would call high school. Middle school, we only have primary and secondary school here. So I was like 11 years old. I got bullied for like 2 weeks at school, and then fortunately I had a big brother, so my big brother beat the shit out of them, and then no one bullied me again. That was good. But I'm saying this for someone who was bullied, okay? But there are some people who get bullied who kind of bring it on themselves. Okay? Like, fucking... Like, some people get bullied and they shouldn't be bullied. That's the kind of bullying that should be stopped. Some people get bullied and they bring it on themselves. Those fucking ratty dweebs who run off and tell tales. Those really clever ones. You're the really clever ones that don't have. We all know these people at school, right? And you all know these people. They make it into workplaces. They always get into some sort of weird position of power in the workplace. It's weird, right? But those people that never had any friends at school, but the reason they didn't have any friends at school is because they were just kind of like vile, harsh, like mean people. You know, there's like those nerds that would like. Those nerds, right? Because I was a nerd as well. Those fucking dweebs who would like sit in their own, sit on their own in the cafeteria, and once every so often somebody would make the mistake of going, "Fuck it, let's call him Jimmy. Let's go and sit with Jimmy. I'm gonna go sit with Jimmy, have a lunch with Jimmy. Like, he's always on his own. I'm gonna extend the olive branch. And you go and sit down, and you're like, "Oh, hey, Jimmy, how's it going?" He's like, "All right, I suppose." You're like, "Oh, yeah. How you? What are you up to? Blah blah blah." Oh, like what you reading? What are you reading? Oh, I'm gonna make something up now. Like, I'm gonna make something. Oh, I'm reading like Quasno's fourth theory of incombobulation. You wouldn't get it. Like, this isn't a stereotype. These people exist. Alright? These people exist. And there's a reason why they don't have any fucking friends, and there's a reason why they get bullied. Okay? Because they bring it on themselves. They're mean. They're mean little. They're mean. They're mean little fucking. You know what I mean? I can't think of a better way of describing it. And then they're the kind of and they're the kind of people that then go to a beginner tournament. They're the kind of people that go to a tournament, a beginner tournament, when they've like won GTs and stuff. And actually, no, they're the kind of people that we talked about before that think they're up here, but actually they're down here. They're the kind of people that never won a big GT, never won like a normal RTT. They always go 2-1. They always go 4-1 because The game they always lose is against someone who's actually better than them, that doesn't stand for their browbeating bullshit. And when they try and do something they shouldn't be doing in the game, their opponent, the person that's better than them, goes, "You can't do that, mate. You can't do that. Nope, that's been changed. That's been, you can't do that. You can't do that." And they get like, ugh, they get really bent out of shape because they can't like sneak things past people because they're not actually good players. They can't like soft cheat or full cheat, essentially. So what they do is they go to fucking beginner RTT and they're like, "Oh yeah, I've won my beginner RTT. Look how good I am. I won first place." Yeah, you won first place at the fucking like combat patrol tournament. Well, literally when there's like everyone else there hasn't played a game and they're basically turning up because they can't find a local game group. So this is the way they introduce themselves to the local game group. Roger, it's not being shy. I'll be honest, I'm a shy person. Someone brings themselves to me, I act shy and nervous for the most part. That's different. There's nothing wrong. We've all been there. We've all been there, and like we've all gone through those shy phases. Or the people that are. I'm still a bit shy these days. I've just sort of forced myself to be a bit more outgoing. And it's like, but you're not being mean to the person that is. You might be a bit awkward, and you might, think you've said something a bit silly, but you're not being a dick to someone who's outwardly trying to be friendly to you. You might just be a little bit socially awkward. That's different. That's different. It's like people can be awkward, but you can see the niceness of the person shining through. Even if they don't necessarily have the right words, you can see the meaning of the words. It's like, this guy's a nice guy. He's a bit shy. This guy's a nice guy. Like, that's normal. It's when you extend the olive branch and someone basically acts like a complete dickhead to you. And it's like, well, fuck you, man. I didn't need to be your fucking friend anyway. I was being nice. And I was trying to give you a fucking chance. But if you're going to be a cock. So yeah, there you go. There you go. So anyway, long story short, news at 10. Warhammer streamer says bullying should be brought back. So yeah, MP Pros, that guy was a cunt. Don't worry about him. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Martial Law. Martial Law, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Cosmic, thank you so much for the big super chat, and thank you for your patience. It's taken me a long time to get to you. Picked a cent of a team game I had. Garden Bugs versus Bananas and Grey Knights. It was a slaughter for us. Also, I painted the Lord Commissar. And hashtag Larkin is in command here. We are doomed. Also, news on the tanks. I've not had any news on the tanks, man. I've not had any news. I don't know what's happening. I've not had anything from Willario. I've not had an update from Customs from Willario's box. I've not had an update from Customs on your tank either. I don't know what's going on, man. I need to reach out to them. I do. I think I was expecting them to send something to me, but they've not done, so I need to reach out to them. Let's have a look, Cosmic. Let's have a look here. All right. Oh my God, you're the Brood Brothers, man. It's goddamn Brood Brothers. I'm not a Brood Brother. You're a fucking Brood Brother, bro. You're a Brood bro. A Brood Brother, bro. There you go. God and Nid's fan on the same side. My God. Fucking Grey Knights and Custodians on the same team. I don't think I can have a less enjoyable matchup than Grey Knights and Custodians on the same team. Oh, man. Did you win, Cosmic? It looks rough. I can't quite tell if you're winning or losing based on these pictures. When the Morning Glory community gets a glimpse of the Morning Glory live stream. Hey, I love it. I love the Lord Commissar model, man. That's one of my favorite Lord Commissar sculpts. One of my favorite Lord Commissar sculpts. I love that shit, bro. Nice. Nice, Cosmic. I showed my teammate, hey, do you want to lose a game with me real quick? Why? Oh, no. Well, it sounds like you are on the right team. You're on the Vibes team. There you go. Oh, man. Cosmic, it sounds like you didn't win. Which is a shame. There you go. Shame. But you guys definitely had the Grey Knights. Grey Knights and Custodians is like nerds, fucking nerds. Get out of here, fucking nerd. Nids and Guard is like the two Chads. I would happily lose a game and be on Team Chad, then win a game and be on Team Dweeb. I'm just saying. There you go. All right, next I want to say a big thank you to Martial Law. Martial Law, thank you for super chat, bro. A cool army idea that just popped in my head. Talan Gisa led by Dr. Thorax going full GLA. Chem throwers, Death Strike rockets. 2 by my wallet and time don't match my creativity. Right, Martial Law. Martial Law. This is what Gene Stealer armies were made for. This is where GW keeps going wrong. Gene Stealer armies are not made so that you can win games and be competitive with them. Gene Stealer armies are there as passion projects. My entire Gene Stealer army was based around the Brotherhood of Nod. All of my flamers are Tiberium spewers. All of my guys are wearing. I base my color scheme on like a made up interwar, because it's the first Tiberian War, the second Tiberian War, interwar period. That's why they're wearing grey uniforms, but they've got like red highlights and stuff on, like red edge highlights and scorpion tails and stuff. So it's like that's when like a lot of them are wearing the old Nod uniforms, but the red part of the color scheme is starting to creep in. There you go. So, and I went full send on this, and even though I lose my Gene Stealer cult maybe like once or twice a year, this is why I keep the army, because it was a full-on passion project. So, Martial Law, I'm sorry, man, but you don't have a choice. You've got to make Dr. Thorax. You've got to make the full GLA, Talan, Talan GSC army. It's got to be done. If you don't do it, who's going to do it, man? Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? I've got my video game army. You need your one. You need your one, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Got to be done. Someone's got to do it. And you're the man for the job, Martial Law. You're the man for the job. Take your time. It's a passion project. Could take you 2, 3, 4 years to finalize it. But when it's done.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Yeah. Our 3-armed Talan GSC warriors have fallen. There you go. I will fight for our cause! Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Auntie Williams. Auntie Williams, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Amazing, man. I would like to see Grey Knights move to Old World. No, man, you fucking keep it. I'm not having those dodgy bastards near my favorite game, man. I would like to see Grey Knights be moved to Old World. They could keep the demons in checks. Then I could sell all my Grey Knight. I could sell all my Grey Knights and buy an Old World army. You'd have an Old World army. No, seriously, we don't want Grey Knights. We don't fucking want them. Fucking hate that faction, man. Fuck Grey Knights, bro. Here's the thing. I've always liked Grey Knights. I've always liked the Grey Knight models. I think Grey Knights as part of an Inquisition force look incredible, but there has never been after the first Demon Hunters book, there has never been an edition where Grey Knights haven't been a nightmare to play against. 5th edition, unkillable paladin blobs. 6th and 7th edition, Dread Knight spam. 8th edition, Dread Knight spam. 9th edition, Dread Knight spam. 10th edition, Dread Knight spam. In fact, if I think about it, it's not Grey Knights I really have a problem with. I tell you what, I love the old metal Grey Knights though. I love the posing on those ones. But yeah, I know I joked before about GW getting Sisters, getting Deathwatch, getting Grey Knights, and mashing them all together into a big Agents of Imperium, like Inquisition Codex. I've said it once, I've said it again. I think a big problem with a lot of these. There's a big problem with a lot of these GW splitting all these factions down. Like, Sisters don't quite have enough. Grey Knights don't quite have enough. Deathwatch don't quite have enough. Where there's always something for them to do every edition. So let me deep dive this for a second. I know we've got some super chats coming in. I just want to say, Martial Law, JM, Q-Tut, and Trooper. Don't worry, I've not missed you, right? I've not missed you. I've not missed you. I'm Russ Matthews. I've not missed you either. I've not missed you either. Okay. Don't worry, I've not missed you guys. I think that GW has split too many I think GW has split too many factions down. And I've got like Poet says, honestly, they got it right with Demon Hunters and Witch Hunters. They never should have moved away from that format. Agreed. There's a reason why some factions. There's a reason why what you've got is you've got seasonal factions and you've got evergreen factions. So seasonal factions are things like Marines, just generally Marines. No matter what, if you have a Marine army, no matter what happens, you've got something you can run. And we're not talking about you stay within the Codex Astartes. If you have Marines, and regular Marines are shit, but Dark Angels are good, you just run your Marines as Dark Angels. Doesn't matter about the color scheme. Competitively, you just run them as Dark Angels. And then if Dark Angels are shit and Space Wolves are good, you go over to Space Wolves. And Space Wolves are shit and Black Templars are good, you go over to Black Templars. Like, it's just... Marines, there's always something you can pivot to. Guard is the same. Guard, even though we don't quite have the same variety as we once did, and we don't quite have the level of pivoting that regular Marines can do, Guard is in a very similar position. If Infantry Guard is shit, you can go to Mech Guard. If Mech Guard is shit, you can go to Tank Guard. If Tank Guard is shit, you can go to fucking Scions. When Scions get hit with a fucking big nerf bat, you can go back to Recon. You know, there's all sorts of mad shit. Do you know what I mean? The point is that Guards is an evergreen faction. Orcs are an evergreen faction. Chaos is an evergreen faction. I've said this before. If someone was to ask me, like, if they're like, I want to collect, I don't want to collect Space Marines, but I want a faction that, I want an army that will be my one army. I'm one and done. I don't want to collect any of the faction. I'd probably recommend Chaos. Because as long as you're willing to, as long as you paint all your Chaos in the same color scheme, your Rhinos can be used for World Eaters. They can be used for Sinesh. They can be used for Nurgle. You know, you can basically have a bunch of, you can have your heretic. You start off with your regular heretic Astartes, and then you can build little, which you get like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 points of, and then you're like, I only need to buy like 1,000 points of Death Guard or 1,500 points Death Guard, and I can still use my Rhinos and my Predators. Sure, there will be times when Rhinos and Predators aren't meta. This is where, because I know a lot of people are going to jump on me. Because I said earlier in the stream, like, you never see World Eater players with like Forge Fiends and stuff. I still stand by that. What I'm saying is there's still some shared units. So like, you don't have to, if you're a Chaos player and you have 6 Rhinos, you then don't need to go out and you expand into World Eaters. You don't need to go and buy another 6 Rhinos. See what I mean? If you've got 3 Predators, you then don't need to go and buy another 3 Predators. There's some, whilst there's units you can use from the regular Chaos Space Marines to help you, that can take the edge off the cost of expanding your army in a certain direction until, and you can get playing with them at 2,000 points quicker until you get to that meta. So there's a difference between units you can share and units you can use. There's a big difference there. There's overlap. Exactly. You have some combo units that will overlap and be viable if not meta. Exactly, Kim. So I think Chaos is great for that. I think Marines are great for that. I think Chaos is great for that. Yeah. So I think it's one of those where you have evergreen factions, but then you have factions which are very seasonal. 6 months of the year, Grey Knights are good. Like, actually good. Then the rest of the time, they're okay. But they're fucky a lot of the time. You know, what's another good example? Sisters. Sisters, if you're lucky, you get 12 months of being top tier. And then you're on the shelf for the rest of it. AdMech, 3 to 6 months. There's a lot of factions which spend the majority of the time on the shelf. This is why some people have. This is why some people will no life on faction, and some people will end up with lots of different factions because they can just, they just bounce from one. Oh, those are bad. I'll go to this. Those are bad. I'll go to this. Those are bad. I'll go to this. But yeah, it's. But I think the big issue is that when you split these factions down, you end up with these factions which spend a lot of time on the shelf. A lot of time on the shelf. And I think GW would do well to start bringing some things together. But I'll tell you why they don't. And I tell you why there's going to be a lot of guard players. A lot of players, not guard players. A lot of players that are going to be like, Mordian, you're flying too close to the sun here. One of the biggest issues in terms of balance that 40k has ever had was allies. Aldar, for example. Allies create problems. So there is a very, very fine line between consolidating things so that factions have got multiple ways to pivot to, and basically bringing back allies or pseudo-allies which create monstrosities. I think the way you do it is I think there's a big difference between consolidation and allies. If you have allies, you can combine like army rules and detachment rules and all sorts of mad shit together, which makes a witch's brew. But if you have consolidation, then you can tweak stuff within that codex and you can do the balancing that we've seen GW do. So yeah, I don't want to see a return of allies, but I do support consolidation so that factions, to have more evergreen factions. Yeah. That's the way to do it, I think. All right, next we'll say a big thank you to Martial Law. Ugh. Martial Law, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, mate. Martial Law smashing it, bro. All the memberships flying. Are we getting a manhunt? Manhunt Monday? Maybe. I'm just saying. I'm not calling it. You guys got to call it because I don't want to seem greedy. There you go. Martial Law, thank you for the 5 memberships, mate. Thank you for your support. I want to say a big thank you to Jay and the Goose. The goose is loose. Surely if Deathwatch can come back from the abyss by people banding together, just keep taking them to tournaments and using the latest rules. Deathwatch coming back is a once in a lifetime thing. Once in a lifetime. I truly don't know how long it's going to last. If I were a Deathwatch player right now, I would treasure every moment that I have my army. I treasure every moment of it. Because I still think there's a very, very strong chance they ain't going to be... They're on life support. They're on life support, but I worry that they are going to have a DNR notice on them. I think if they don't make it to 11th... What I personally want to see with Deathwatch... See, here's the thing. I want to see agents done properly. Right, Games Workshop, hear me out. Okay, Games Workshop, you have to hit this. Hear me, Jafar. This is important. You need to do agents properly. Deathwatch being folded into agents is good. Deathwatch being folded into agents, them getting like 3 data sheets and them missing out on loads of shit is obviously really bad. Obviously. Sisters being part of agents is cool. But the fact they only have a fucking transport and a squad is obviously bad. If they do consolidation, what they need to do is merge the faction together as a whole. And then go a step further. Add all of the fucking Imperial agents mad shit, Rogue Trader mad shit, Assassins mad shit. Add all of that in as well. And then, because you already sell the fucking boxes, Games Workshop, you already sell the boxes, add in things like Inquisitorial Stormtroopers. You don't need a separate box. People could just buy the Scions and use them. They're not going to a different game system. They're staying in 40k. So they're buying 40k boxes. The 40k team get to see that on the fucking budget line. Okay? So, and have them be able to have Inquisitorial Stormtroopers, have the equivalent of guard squads and stuff in there. Add all that in. Have a proper, fully fleshed out faction. And then what you do, I'm telling you boys how you do it. And you might say this is unreasonable, but GW, you're a big company now and you earn big boy money, so you've got to put big boy effort in. You're not a mom and pop shop anymore. Okay? Then what you do is with agents have like 5 or 6 detachments. You have the Sisters detachment, or you have the Sisters detachment. You have the Grey Knight detachment. You have the Death Watch detachment. And then you'll have like a detachment that focuses on... Then you can have... And those give you big bonuses for taking purely units. But there's something purely like Sisters units or Death Watch units or Grey Knight units. There's something stopping you from adding a few other bits in there if you need to. But you just get big bonuses on those units. Detachment rules affect just those specific units. And then you have 3 other detachments which focused on mixed units. So it's not just a Death Watch task force. It's an Ordo Xenos detachment, an Ordo Malleus detachment, an Ordo Hereticus detachment. And this focuses on maybe the buffs aren't quite as large. But everything that's got Ordo Xenos has it. And then you have a 7th detachment which lets you take everything. Arbites detachment. Arbites could benefit from being in the Ordo Malleus detachment. And then this is where you really have to put the effort into GW. And then what you do is you have separate points values for each detachment. Now this needs to be rolled out across every codex, not just the agents one. Every detachment needs its own points values because Scions in a Bridgehead detachment should cost a different amount to Scions in a Siege detachment, and Death Watch in the Death Watch detachment where they're getting loads of buffs should probably cost more than Death Watch that are being brought in the shared detachment where they're not getting quite as much. Where the detachment isn't as good. You need different points values for different detachments. And you need to bring granular points back. You need to go the full 9 yards. And before you say, oh, it's too complicated. We can't do it. It's too complicated. Old World. If Old World can fucking do it, 40k can do it. Jesus Christ, man. There you are. There you go. So there you are. That's how you do it. You bring them together. You consolidate them under one. You give them multiple ways of being run inside the same codex. You give each attachment its own points list. That is how you do 40k right. There's a problem with 40k right now. There's a problem with 40k. It's built on flawed premises. It's built on shaky foundations. The big problem is that 40k right now is half-assed and half-baked. Now, people at GW, by some miracle, if they hear this, might go, "That's impossible. We're releasing more than we've ever released. We've got a balanced team and all that kind of stuff." Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that you've got this like, oh, it's simplified but not simple. Well, actually, it just doesn't fucking work, does it? Do you know what I mean? It's not simplified, not simple. Building army lists in 40k is harder than building army lists in Old World. Because building army lists in 40k, if you change 1 points value, I've got to go and fucking rewrite half my list. Because now, something that costs 20 points, something that costs 50 points, now costing 70 points. And I can't just take a pair of fucking heavy bolter sponsons off. Or plasma cannon sponsons off. I've got to go and rewrite everything. And having a bunch of set points values means that when you put when something gets nerfed because it's a problem in a very specific area, the collateral damage ripples across the whole fucking game. Yeah. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong. And you say, oh well, we've made all the points values the same. That way people can build what they want. No, the problem is that you've made everything cost the same, so new players don't understand which are the good options and which are the bad options. If someone, the number of people that I have seen that have come in and they've built their Cajans like fucking flamers. Fucking flamers and grenade launchers. And it's like, you've basically just wasted your money on that squad. And that's harsh. That's a really harsh take to have. But at the end of the day, because the flamer and the grenade launcher and the plasma and the melter gun all cost the same amount, a new player who can't judge whether a weapon is good or bad or not, because they don't have the experience to draw upon, they just build stuff that looks cool or whatever the combat patrol tells them to build, and then they're fucked. Whereas actually, if you look at a unit, if you look at a weapon option and go, well, that one's 5 points and that one's 20 points, I can kind of tell the 20-point one is going to be better. There's always a reason why plasma guns and melter guns cost more than fucking flamers and grenade launchers. That's the thing. So actually, it doesn't make things clearer. It doesn't make things simpler. It doesn't make things easier for newer players. Actually, all it does is make the game harder to balance, pisses people off, it's clunky, and it's confusing. And that is how an RBMK reactor explodes. I'm just saying. It's the same premise of we've made all units cost the same points value. Just imagine that for a second. Just imagine that for a second, boys. We've made list building as easy as possible. Every unit in the game now costs 200 points. Pick any 10 units and you get a 2,000 point army. Sounds ridiculous. Stupid. Nonsensical. So why the fuck would it be any different for war gear? If it's stupid as fuck when you apply it to units, then it's stupid as fuck when you apply it to weapon options and units and stuff. It's fucking dumb. Pick any 10 units. Pick any 10 units. That's your 2,000 point army. Noob traps, expensive ones. Exactly. Stratostarix has got it. Stratostarix has got it. Yeah. It's fucking annoying, man. Yeah. Jerkam, I respect disagree. I think it could be done with minor rules adjustments to make weapons competitive. Flamer suck, give them free Overwatch for those models only. See, Jerkam, I understand what you're saying, but again, I understand what you're saying. But this may not be the right saying, but that is the tail wagging the dog. So rather than just having a simple system of this weapon is better than this weapon, so this weapon costs more. Very simple system. Instead, let's add in a bunch of new fucking rules. and exemptions and special rules and certain circumstances. Let's add in all of these other things so that that weapon is now equal to that weapon. Okay. Or we could just have it where different weapons cost different points costs because some are better than others. That's my... I know what you're saying, but like you're gonna... So you can load the game up with fucking tons of rules and bonuses and buffs for different weapons to try and make them all equal, or you can have them cost different amounts and not fuck around with all that. And then you've got Joe. We're asking GW to add a bunch of rules onto weapons to try and make the game more bad. Come on, buddy. GW rules writers, man. Come on, buddy. GW fucking rules writers. Come on. You know and I know. You're asking a lot of people that have got a poor track record. If the GW rules writing team had a good track record of making rules that were good and balanced and weren't fucked, I would believe in your approach. I would become a disciple of your approach. But my fucking experience is the opposite. So yeah, the problem was, regardless of the equipment, there was a correct build, and if you didn't use it, you did it wrong. You guard players, none of you guys take any of their shit if you have to pay for it. So Syriade, I know what you're saying. So what you're saying is like, even when there were points costs, there was still some options that were better than others, and there was like the correct build. So like, off the top of my head, well, a good example is, well, the best build for a guard squad is 10 las rifles. Because why spend 10 points on a plasma gun and 20 points on a las cannon if you could spend those same points on putting a las cannon on a Lehman Russ and plasma cannons on a Lehman Russ, right? Why wouldn't you do that? And it's like, yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point, but it doesn't mean it's a great point. I don't even dispute it. That's the reality of the situation, right? That's the reality. A smash captain, yeah, 100%. I don't even disagree with you. I'm not even going to counter argue you. Like I'm saying, no solution is perfect. No solution is perfect. I would never say that. But the one thing I would say is that I feel like it's better for the players to have the options of the players to make the decisions. Because, you know, one thing that I miss? Maybe I'm being hypocritical now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm twisting myself in knots. And look, you guys know I keep an open mind, and I never purport to be telling you what's right and wrong. I just tell you what I like and what I dislike, and I always say that. But I miss when, if there was like a forum discussion going on, and there would be people that would be like, you should only ever take your guard squads with las guns. And then there'd be people that came in from the other side of the aisle that would be like, no, your guardsman squad loadout should always be like melter gun and las cannon. Like, go big or go home. Like, you're paying for these guard squads anyway. It's not that much to give them some fucking guns so they can actually punch something. And you'd have some people that would come in like, look, whenever I use my las cannons, my metal guns, those are good. Those always end up pulling work. And you have other people go, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. You could have spent those points elsewhere. You're crazy. And they're like, no, man, look, trust me. Go and try it out. And then you'd have some like mad bastards in the corner be like, I always take missile launchers. And it's like, shut up, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But then you'd have the people in between like, also kind of grenade launcher, baby. The perfect balance between spending points and getting results. And you had these people who would argue in a good way. They'd make their case like, right, X loadout is good, or Y loadout was good, or X loadout was worth it, or Y loadout was worth it. And now it's just, well, you'd always take plasma gun and las cannon. Well, obviously it wouldn't because infantry squads don't exist anymore. Cadians, Well, everyone gets melted gun and plasma gun. There's no discussion about it. There's no debate about it. There's no, is it the right choice or is it the, no. Everyone gets melted gun. Everyone gets plasma gun. TK, I am talking about Daka in the golden days. I am. And now it's just everyone gets melted gun, everyone gets plasma gun. There's no debate. There's no argument. There's no discussion. There's no chatter. There's no chit. And dare I say chat. So yeah, when I was referring to not taking anything, I was more referring to officers. It's a great point. It's a great point. Again, I don't disagree. The optimal loadout for an officer, if you had to pay points, would be a las pistol and chainsword. It would be, right? Let's, it would be. It would be. But then and that's what a lot of people did, and that's what a lot of people did. They wanted to optimize. But then you had those. But then when everything's free, then it goes the other way, right? When everything's free, now every officer has a power fist. Every officer has a plasma pistol. So why are we giving them the choice of las pistols and chainswords if there's still a best loadout? It's not changed. There's still a best loadout. The problem is that now, well, I would say the problem is that now, if you build your officer with a las pistol and chainsword because you don't know the rules very well, and then you find out that every officer should have a plasma pistol and power fist, you're fucked because you're just missing out on 3 better weapons. But under the old system, if you made your officer with a plasma pistol and power fist, even if it cost you 15, 20 points to do that, you've paid for those upgrades and you've got them. You've got them. Do you know what I mean? You've got them. So, like, it's not like you paid for something and you're not getting it. You've got them. Maybe they're less efficient. Maybe you've wasted 20 points because he fires like 1 plasma shot the entire game, but you've got them. This is what I don't like about all the free war gear. It's like, if you build something with just the wrong loadout, you're actively just running something that's like bad, and you're not getting anything for it. You're not getting anything for it. Whereas if I built my guy with plasma pistol and power fist in the old loadout, sure, I might have an overpriced officer, but I got something for it. Does that make sense? So I do see what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. I've agreed with you. I'm not arguing against you. I've agreed with you at several points. You can see I'm meeting you at least halfway, probably 75% of the way. But my other point is that when you've got granular points, if you take the most efficient thing, you're rewarded for taking the most efficient thing. If you take the less efficient thing, because it's expensive and you might not use it like officers, you've still got those. So you've got those, in the bank, as it were. It's not like you've paid for something and not got it. That's the difference. When everything is free, it's not that they're baked into the points cost. You're paying for the best loadout. If you then don't build the best loadout, you're missing out. If there's granular points, if you pay for something, you get what you paid for, even if it's slightly less efficient. Yeah. That's why I like granular points. Oh yeah, the problem is the discussion changed massively when you swapped to Marines. It's changed. Yeah, I suppose. But also, it's nice to have customization. Yeah. Jack making a great point. Jack coming in with a great point here. If this wargame system continues, flamer, grenade launcher, missile launcher need to be improved. Well, that is what Joe Camel was saying. Joe was saying they don't need to go back to granular points. What they need to do is make weapons better. But then doesn't that lead to power creep? Isn't that leading to power creep? Or do they make a whole bunch of weapons worse? At which point do points cost need to start coming down? It's all of these. You can pull all of these different levers and you can try all of these different things. And I'm not saying that those are bad options. I'm not saying those wouldn't work. What I am saying is you can go around the houses. You can come up with all of these fancy impressive, complicated ways of making this weapon equal to that weapon. Or you could simplify it and have some weapons better than others, and the good and the better weapons cost more points than the worst weapons. You know what I mean? Or you could have a halfway house where some weapons are free and some weapons cost points. So every guard squad can get every Cajun squad can get can take a flamer and a grenade launcher for free. But if you want to upgrade the plasma gun and that's probably the best way of doing it. So you have loadouts which are free and loadouts which are paid for. So if you build your Cajun squad with flamer and grenade launcher, the advantage is that you've got the problem is you've got those weapons. The advantage is you didn't spend as many points. Yeah, but again, I think it's just start with it. It's not complicated. Start with a base points cost and add things on. Yeah. Yeah. Every Lehman Russ can start with heavy bolter sponsons and a heavy bolter on the front, and you can upgrade them. Yeah. More than I understand your position, but it requires a level of granularity that does not exist in the game. So long as everything's actually a multiple of 5, all that's go first. 100% agree. Why the fuck is everything a multiple of 5? Why the fuck is everything a multiple of 5? What the fuck is going on here? It's stupid. People are like, oh, but then you end up with like 1998 points. Okay, well, guess what? Now I end up with most of my list is 1995 points, so it's not fucking solved anything, has it? Absolutely. Get rid of multiples of 5. Some things can cost 1 point. Some things cost 2. Yeah, 100%. I agree, 100%. And do you know what used to happen when I built a list? I'd get to 1997 points or 998 points. I'm like, I've got 2 points left over. Do you know what I'll do? I'll give those officers that normally only have blast pistols and chainsaws, I'll give them a couple of bolt pistols or bolters. Is it going to make a big difference? No. Will I probably forget them that I even paid for them? Yes. Did it make a big difference? No, not at all. You have a few 1-point upgrades dotted around that people can upgrade for. A couple of cheap 1-pointies. Do you know what I mean? That's the way you do it. Yeah. A couple of 1 point. Have a few different 1-point options. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, your guy your Space Marine captain comes with the bolt pistol standard, but for 1 point you could swap it out to a hand flamer. Yeah. Yeah. Guard squads you can take between 10 and 20, not 10 or 20. So it's like, okay, well, but you only get the big. You can only take the multiple special weapons in the 20 mans, but it's like I'm 5 points over. I was only going to give these guys las guns anyway, so I'll drop 1 guardsman out. Boom, I'm on point now. Yeah. Yeah. What's my hot take? Really, just Watchmaster. Best loadout is hand flamer and power sword. I can see that. Yeah. Because I think I've basically fucked off super chats for a while now. I do apologize. I do apologize, Q-Tut, Trooper, Tiki, and Russ Matthews. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. So the big but there's a good question here, which is CJ says, do you remember when Power Fist were like 20 points? So I think what's important to remember is when we had all of these fucky points, when we had granular points, we also had old GW, where we didn't have the balanced team that we have now, and they weren't in tune with the game as much. They weren't. They were getting there over the course of 8th and 9th, but 10th edition, I'm always praising GW for this. GW has an awareness of their game which has never been seen in since before 10th edition. Never, ever. They more often than not they get it right. Did Bridgehead get nerfed too much? Did Bridgehead get nerfed into the ground? Yeah. Was Bridgehead overpowered as fuck? Yes. Was anyone like? No one was surprised that Bridgehead got nerfed. They were just a bit indignant about it. But I said this last week. Bridgehead brought it upon itself. You should have, if you'd lost Deep Strike, you wouldn't have had to deal with all this shit. You could have gone along, being as powerful, keeping your +1 to wound, and just having to buy a few Taurox Primes and Chimeras and Tauroxes, and you would have been fine. But oh no, you had to have your Deep Strike on your Scions, and now look where you've gone. Okay, now look what's happened to you. So what I'm saying is, bring back granular points, but have it with the GW, with the new GW, where there'll be, you know, a weapon that's like, you know, let's say they made missile launch like 20 points each, and they're still as bad as they are now, and then have it, you know, they started with 20 points, but then GW realizes that's a big bag of shit, so they tweak them down to like 5 points or 8 points or whatever. That's how you do it. So you have you want granular points with new and improved GW, and that's the secret sauce right there. That's the secret sauce. That's the perfect concoction. And then get the old world people to come in and just before you publish anything, write a bunch of flavor text above all the different weapons and shit, and you're good to go. Yeah. Jack, I'm scared to buy talks because I know they'll get nerfed soon. Yes, they will. They will. All right. Super chats. I want to say a big thank you to Russ Matthews. Russ Matthews, thank you for the 100 bits, baby. Thank you for the 100 bits, Russ Matthews. You are an officer, gentleman, a absolute giga chad. Thank you for your support and thank you for your patience. I also want to say a huge thank you to Q-Tub, my boy. Q-Tub, thank you for the big super chat. Good evening, sir. Let's stream discussion for a tournament. I'll attend in 2 weeks. Do I go 2 Hellhounds, 1 Exterminator plus extra infantry, or 1 Hellhound and 2 Exterminators? Let's have a look, Q-Tub. Gauntz goes Rogel Dawn Commander. I probably wouldn't bother with Veteran Dawn, the Rogel Dawn Commander, but that might just be me. It's just getting a bit expensive. Caden Shock, Talks, Hellhound, Kazakin, Exterminator, Rogel Dawn. I'd have... No, don't worry about the extra infantry if you go in Hammer. I think 2 Exterminators is better because you've got 2 Rogel Dawns and they might need to. You've got 3 Rogel Dawns, haven't you? Yeah. Double Exterminator for sure. Definitely. I know you waited a long time for that, Cuter, but definitely double Exterminator in my mind. Definitely, because you've got 30 Kazakin, so you're fine on you're fine on that front. I want to say a big thank you to Trooper, my boy. Trooper, thank you so much for the super chat, man. New Chimera just showed up. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Magos 89 Rosk, engineer attached to Imperial Guard formation designated Order of the Blessed Cog, Icothan Bulldogs. Initial intake report on requisition equipment Chimera. Subject its machine spirit previously served under Imperial Guard regiment designated Valhalla Ice Warriors. Subject recovered after prompt siloing due to engine damage incurred on campaign. Standard repair, engine rebuild, repaint, ministrations, and prayer prescribed. Blessed is this machine the Omniscient provides. The temporary summons several services begin the rituals of restoration, making the sign of the motive force and Deus Mechanicum. He's got another one! He's just buying up all the chimeras! I love it. I absolutely love that you've just gone on like... Because everyone... See, chimera stocks are low right now. Everyone's buying up Tauroxes. Chimera stocks are low right now. Get them whilst you can. Buy the dip, boys. Buy the dip. I love it. Another big, chunky second edition Chimera. And it is a second edition one. You can tell by the turret hatch. And you can tell by the pintle mount. Yeah. The guy's glued the door on upside down. So I don't know if you're going to redo that, Trooper. But that's quite funny. Yeah. It's upside down. I'm pretty certain it is. I look forward to seeing you restore that to its true glory, and not financial advice, true dust upon us. And I just want to say, I absolutely love that you have started incorporating this like idea of them like restoring into like the regimental lore. I love that, man. It's like battlefield recovery and other regiments rather than like waiting for the battlefield recovery, they'll just get like a new chimera just like shipped out to them or transferred to them. And you know, your guys are there, your guys have got like I just got a speciality in battlefield recovery and restoration. It's like to the bulldogs. To the bulldogs, one man's trash is another man's treasure. I love that. I love that. That's so good. And that is how you build up fucking headcanon, and that's how you build up lore around your army. That's how I've always done it with my Mordians. I've always had my models. I haven't come up with a bunch of lore before they've done anything. When you're just starting out with your guard regiment, they're newly founded. They haven't got any lore. They've got to prove themselves. All you can come up with is a name, and they're freshly founded. And then you play a few games, and over time, if you play a certain faction a lot, they become like the nemesis of your faction, and you start building up stories around this. And you don't make a narrative campaign. All of your battles, all of your tournaments and everything, all of the games that you play feed into the campaign that your guys are on. Yeah. And like, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, man. Yeah. That's why, like, I've got some new lore around my Mordians. So you can see I'm painting up some fobs I've painted up some fobs for my Mordians. But you can, if you look closely, it's pretty obvious. But I wonder if I can get this to focus on this. Come on, camera, you bastard. Shouldn't need to do this, but come on, camera, don't let me down now, you absolute bellend. Come on! Focus! Damn your eyes! Focus! I'm not giving up! I'm not giving up! I'm gonna give up. Aha, there you go. So, 1 minute. 1 minute. Come on. It really wants to. It's thinking about it. It's like constant. You can see that they're painted in speed paints, so they're a bit brighter. Same colours, but a bit brighter. And you can see, especially on some of the flat parts, it's a bit streaky, which I've just come to terms with. Okay. Now, the reason, even though they're in a very similar colour scheme, they will look from up close. You will be able to tell some are done in speed paints, and the original ones weren't, right? Because those ones are a bit brighter. Well, I came with a whole bunch of lore. I could have said, oh, it's a new uniform supplier. But I was like, you know what, man? I've not fought against Tau in ages. My guys aren't even deployed on the Eastern Fringe anymore. They've gone back over. I fight against Chaos all the time. I fight against Necrons all the time. And so now the lore with my Mordians is that they've been transferred to the Imperium Nihilists. Totally different logistics train over there. Totally different Departamento Munitorum situation over there. And so now the guys painted in the new paints, which look a bit brighter, they're the shinies because they're shiny and new. And it's funny because even if you're not a new recruit, maybe you're a veteran that has to get like your uniform replaced, or or because it's just too damaged, your squad mates are going to call you a shiny just to take the piss out of you a little bit. And so you've got the firsters who were from when they were deployed on the Eastern Fringe, the OGs. And then you've got the shinies, which are the guys that are getting uniforms, the equipment that are produced, and the recruits that are coming in from where they're newly deployed. And there's no hatred between the firsters and the shinies. There's no hatred. It's just a bit of intra regimental banter and a bit of piss taking. If you've got an NCO who's like a grizzled veteran, been in the regiment for like 10, 20 years, and yet he finally has to have his uniform replaced with the shiny one, all of his subordinates, all the subordinates in his squad are going to give him shit for like a week. Like, Oh, you're looking very, looking very squeaky clean there, Sarge. The guy's got like half his face fucking replaced with augmentics. Like, oh, you should go on, new guy. Get us another, get us another beer. And it's like, fuck you guys, fuck you. Do you know what I mean? But they'll just, it's just a bit of fun. So that's a bit of headcanon that I've come up with based on what I've been playing recently. What I've been playing recently and what I've been painting recently. And I think that's the way that you should do it with your thing, Trooper. Build it up. The fact that your guard regiment is being made from a lot of battlefield salvage and repairs feels like that could really play into their lore quite nicely. Shine's also Star Wars term. Is it? That's cool. I didn't know that, ConW, but it's a good. I did it because the paint scheme's a bit shinier. But I quite like that as a Star Wars reference because I never mind referencing, other things, other franchises. That's cool. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki next. Tiki Banzai! Tiki, thank you for the gift of membership, bro. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for the bamboo spear fighter. Thank you, bro. Tiki, it's still painted. It's still painted. Medic Mark, thank you for the big super chat, baby. Medic Mark, thank you for the big super chat, bro. Lol, GWs would know what they're doing. More like they cut the head off a chicken and it figures out what's next. I mean, it does remind me of that scene from South Park when they're like, how does the government work out how to deal with like a recession? And they cut the head off the chicken. Play a kazoo as the head of chicken runs around spilling blood everywhere. Then it falls down on it's on like a big mat, when the mat's broken into different sections. Whichever section it falls down on, that's what the government will try. That's what the treasury will try and solve the recession. Yeah. So I do that. It's not that though. If you follow his thing. GW has actually been remarkably consistent. B. Casper, is there a unit that you wish the guy you should come back 11th? Conscripts. Not even conscripts. I want conscript. Yeah. But Medic Mark, and chat, GW has been remarkably consistent in 10th edition. When your codex, there's only been one or two exceptions, like custodians getting to keep all their Forge World stuff. But it's like, but that's again, that shows how in tune they are with game, with the factions, right? But GW has been remarkably consistent. Every 3 months, there's been a balanced patch, stuff that you can pretty much predict what's going to get nerfed. Like you knew what's going to get nerfed, what's going to get buffed. You knew that guard bridgehead was going to get nerfed. You knew that sisters were going to get some buffs, even if it's not enough. They're going to get some buffs. It's some stuff you can't predict, like them making custodians bonkers and giving the orcs another new detachment. But like they're remarkably consistent in terms of their approach to things. If they don't sell a box for it currently, it's goners. If it's currently being sold by Forge World, it's goners. Okay, it's goners. Whether it might make it to Legends, it might not. Like they are sticking to this whole siloing thing. Now, I'm not saying it's. I want to make something clear. I'm not saying it's a good thing that they're sticking to this. I think they are following dogmatically and religiously and fanatically some very, very poor policies. I think the fact that they're like, we're siloing all of these games, I think is a wildly bad decision. I think the idea that if we don't have models for it, we're not going to make rules for it is a wildly bad idea. I think if the weapon option doesn't come in the box, then that squad can't take the weapon is a wildly bad idea. I think there's because it creates so. Look at Krieg Engineers, for example. Krieg Engineers are like, I don't mean to like shit anyone. I know there's people that like do like the Krieg Engineers and stuff. I I won't be buying any engineers. Because I've got the one squad that came with the box. Because I always get the launch box, you know what I mean? I always support guard. It's my one exception to basically the GW boycott, which I've still been pretty good at following. I've not spent my money on main GW in a while, you know. Because until they, like I said, until I see granular points come back and stuff, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play the game because I enjoy the game, but I'm not going to support the shitty policies that they've got. But engineers are fucked, man. No, engineers, aesthetically, they're great. But engineers are fucked. Long-term fucked. Like, I can't see them being... They're a gimmick unit. They're 110% a gimmick unit, and they will always be a gimmick unit. They will never be a reliable unit. Why? Because they've got no fucking options. Why do you think Kazakin remain so good? Or it almost like, unless GW is ridiculous with the points, why do you think that Kazakin have remained a solid choice? Because they have lots of options. It's not 10 dudes with like one special weapon and a gimmick. It's 10 dudes that come with a shitload of special weapons, a wide variety of weapon choices. So they're just solid. Do you know what I mean? Like Kazakin, you almost can't fuck them up. Sergeant's coming with a plasma. The Sergeant's coming with a good pistol. You've got 4 special weapons in there. Just bang a bunch of plasma and melter in there. You can't fuck it up. It's just the melter mine's a Brucey bonus. Do you know what I mean? You can't fuck it. You can't. They're always going to be solid. Points may get silly around them, and that might change things. But fundamentally, in their core DNA, the foundations that they're built upon, they're solid because they have lots of options, and they're not built around a gimmick. They're built around being an elite line infantry squad. That's what they are. Like Scion's an elite line infantry squad. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's 10 dudes, firepower, simple, good. And then you've got engineers. I've got no options. Best you can hope for, at some point in the future, you can take 2 flamers per 5. That's your best hope. Because they don't have melter or plasma. They can't take many of them in a squad. The only thing engineers have going for them is the fucking mine. It's fucking Doojit mine thing. And right now they can throw free grenades. But what happens? Do you think engineers are going to do exactly the same thing in 11th edition and 12th edition? No, the rules will change. But they're always going to be built around a gimmick. Disagree. Kaz's going to do a great choice because of their raw sex appeal. I think engineers got a lot of sex appeal. Aesthetically, an incredible unit. But where the fuck do you go with them? Where the fuck do you go with them? That's my point with engineers. The reason why, how has a unit like engineers gone from absolute treasure to absolute trash? Because they're built around a gimmick. Here's a good example. If Games Workshop changed the melter mine on Kazakin. So let's say they changed it so it only goes off on a 50-50. Okay? Kazakin is still good. Kazakin is still good. because the Melter Mine is a good thing. We like the Melter Mine and it's powerful, but it's not the only thing keeping the squad going. Now, GW has messed with the Engineers remote mine. They didn't even mess with it that much. They didn't even make it 50-50, which is super unreliable, right? They just slightly reduced the amount of mortal wounds it does. Trash. Because once you take the Melter Mine away from the Engineers, they can't do anything else. They can't do anything else. And that's the difference. You take a 10-man squad of Kazakin, 10-man squad of Engineers, you fuck with the Melter Mine on the Kazakin are still usable. You fuck with the Minor Engineers, they're unusable. Because they're built around a fucking gimmick. And this is what I'm really, like, I'm sort of, you know, building what Medic Mark said here, but this is what really fucks me off about these GW policies, because they're incredibly short-sighted. But they stick to them dogmatically. Do you know what Engineers need? Engineers need the option to take, you know, plasma guns, melter guns. You need to be able to take other things, not in the kit, and let people kit bash their way to victory. Yeah. Arm Created is supposed to be a close assault unit. Laughable. Too expensive and trench clubs are bad. Exactly. And here's the thing. How the fuck are you ever going, without making them ridiculous, how the fuck are you ever going to make trench clubs like viable? It's a club. It's not a power club. It's not a power mall. It's a club. And that club is always going to be wielded by a toughness 3 1 wound guy. So how the fuck are you ever going to make them good? The Engineers are never not going to be 1 wound unless the game fundamentally changes, and then everyone who's 1 wound right now will become 2 wounds or 3 wounds. You know what I mean? But like, they're always going to be 1 wound equivalent. They're always going to be toughness 3 equivalent. And that's always going to be a fucking club. Yeah. Yeah. The shotguns should be better. Now, the way... Now, this is the thing. There is hope for Engineers, though. There is hope. I'm going to contradict everything I just said. There's one hope for the Engineers. One. You don't build the squad based on the remote mine gimmick. You don't build the squad based on the trench club gimmick. You build them around the shotguns. Now, if you make those shotguns anti-infantry 4+, or anti-infantry 3+, you know, something mad. Carcass shot. Bring back the carcass shot. Then, yeah, you need to build the Engineers around something substantive. But even then I still see that as a gimmick. Because you're not built, they haven't got any options. So it's like, one edition, the shotguns might be good. The next edition, the Melter Mine might be good. But the moment that GW fucks with the shotguns in the shotgun edition, then they're fucked. The moment they fuck with the Melter Mine edition, they're fucked. This is what I don't like about Engineers. They haven't got enough to pivot to. There's no pivots. Pivot. They can't pivot. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Ibram God. Ibram God, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you, bro. New models, this discussion. Next bolt action game will be Dunkirk. Let's have a look, man. Early war half on my bolt action order from my buddy. Also, fuck this Lehman Russ kit. Very thankful to my friend who printed it, but it's a it's a bitch to put together. If 40k was like you described, bolt action wouldn't exist. Yeah. The vast majority of bolt action players are people who probably are 40k refugees, man. Although I would say not so much anymore. Back in the day, yes. Now I think bolt action stands on its own 2 feet. Nice. Dude, they're cool as fuck. Are those the French Summa 35s, or are they German tanks? Some sort of mad early war Panzer, like Panzer II or something, maybe? It's cool, bro. Nah, there's definitely a mixture of stuff here. I swear those are the little like Italian. Those are the little Italian tankettes. Maybe I think they're the little Italian tankettes. Yeah, that's cool, man. Look, I love that. That's so good. We need that in there in 40k. Yeah, building Lehman Russes without instructions can be tricky, even if they're 3D printed ones. Yeah, bro. Good luck. You're looking good though. Looking good. Vigo, my boy. Yeah, so Daemons aren't getting a codex in 10th edition, and they've had a lot of their data sheets have been like nerfed. A lot of their units have been taken away as well. So they're like a shadow of their former selves. And then they've got a new detachment, which is all about Chaos Space Marines in a demon index. So yeah, Daemons are on the way out for sure. Daemons will not be a standalone faction for much longer. I don't think not in 11th edition. Daemons are gonna get folded into. I think they're gonna fold Daemons into Heretics proper. But here's the thing. It's important to understand that we're looking at this through the lens of paper rules. How does this whole situation change if we start looking at things through the lens of digital rules? So, just bear with me. You know, I always try. I try. I'm not always successful. But I always try and present a balanced viewpoint. I never salt mine. I never doom and gloom. I might clickbait you into here, Vigo, but there we go. But this changes quite dramatically from, I would say, overall negative to overall positive if we look at this through the lens of digital rules. So, 11th edition, hypothetical, boys, hypothetical. 11th edition launches, full digital rules. Crazy, I know, crazy. GW fucking pulls the finger out. Maybe we don't get granular points or whatever. We're not going to get down to that, but full 11th edition is the edition of digital. Okay. Now suddenly, factions being organized and being consolidated and organized becomes very interesting, because yes, all of your demons are now lumped in with the Chaos Space Marines, but GW goes just like they've done with Orcs. You see, I think they're testing this out, boys. Who was here for Arcs of Omen? Raise your hand in the chat right now if you were here for Arcs of Omen. At the end of 9th edition, GW said, no more Force Org chart, no more different attachments, no battalions, and no battalions, no brigade, no patrols, no vanguards, no spearheads. I can't remember the fast attack one was, whatever it was. Everyone now plays under the Arcs of Omens detachment. The only thing that's required in the Arcs of Omens detachment is one character. After that, go nuts. And everyone's like, you're crazy, you're crazy. But then we all quite enjoyed it. And now, in 10th edition, everyone, if you only started this, you'd have no idea. You're basically playing the Arcs of Omens detachment. Basically, right? So, I think they're trying this mad system out where they consolidate everyone together. They go digital, and then they just release the updates that they release are like new detachments for different factions. I think they're trying that out right now, just like they did with Arcs of Omen. Because I think what they'll do is they'll go, okay, launch of 11th, full digital. There's going to be like, I'm just making this up now, but bear with me. Full digital, 11th edition, there is the Chaos faction. the Imperium faction, the Orc faction, the Eldar faction, the Tau faction, Votan being lumped in with them. Maybe they won't quite consolidate things that much. Let's just stay with Chaos for now. The Chaos faction. And first, the Chaos faction has got one detachment. But then, GW goes, okay, now we're going to release under the Chaos faction 4 Demons detachment, 1 for each specific god. They might not do it all in one go. And then they'll go, and we're going to release 3 more detachments for regular Chaos Space Marines. And a detachment where you can, you know, another mixed detachment. And so rather than being like, rather than having like everything like, oh, you need a codex and you need a codex. Fuck codexes, man. I know it sounds crazy, but fuck codexes. We're in the digital age, and GW is meant to be at the forefront of this kind of shit. That's the reason. That's where they'll go. That's the way I think they'll go. So that's why you're going to see certain factions not getting codex. I think there's going to be a lot of factions that don't get a codex in 10th edition. I don't think Votan are going to get a codex. I will happily be proven wrong. I don't want them to miss out, but I don't think they're going to get a codex. I think if they were going to get one, we would have seen it by now, frankly. Yeah, and that's why I think you're going to see, like, why the fuck is GW randomly after Grotmus released another Custodes detachment and another, like, Orc detachment? Weird. Like, it's not Grotmus or anything. There's no special event around it. But here's Daemons. Here's another detachment involving Chaos Space Marines. Custodes, here's the detachment. Orcs, here's another detachment. Like, it's weird. But I think now you guys want to hear something crazy. You guys want to hear something crazy? I'm going deeper. I'm going further. Okay. You see, that all sounds really wonderful, right? Just new detachments, constantly being added to. Oh, my sweet summer conscript, you don't understand the mind of GW. You don't understand the mind of GW. You don't understand. See, this is what they're going to do. Get the tinfoil ready, boys. Tinfoil hat time. GW is going to go full digital. They're also going to start doing 40k in seasons. For the first season, everyone will have one detachment. There'll be a Space Marine detachment, a Guard detachment, a Chaos detachment. And everyone will build their armies around those detachments. And then that season might last 3 months, it might last 6 months, but let's say it lasts 3 months. And then they'll go, we've come to the end of season 1. Now it's time for season 2. Everybody gets a new detachment, and the old attachments go to Legends. Your first, let's use Guard for example. The first detachment that they released was the Recon detachment. Infantry Guard get loads of buffs. You can take other tanks. You can take tanks and stuff, but Infantry Guard get all the buffs. But now, the Recon detachment's gone away. Season 2, Hammer of the Emperor. Go out there and buy all of your tanks. And then they're going to get rid of all that. Then they go like, right, Season 3, no Hammer of the Emperor. Now it's time for the Siege detachment. Go out there and buy artillery. Now your artillery's getting all the buffs for the next 3 to 6 months. That's how they'll do it, boys. That's how they'll do it. They'll just keep squeezing you. Keep milking you. That's how they're going to do it, man. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Grub Nednard. The season idea only works for the hyper engaged people. It would push away the casual / custom beat. See, no, it wouldn't. You see, it wouldn't. See. Here's the thing. It wouldn't. You think it would, but it wouldn't. because they don't get rid of the detachments. They go to Legends, along with all of those old data sheets and stuff. And so what happens is, when you're playing your casual game with your casual friends down at the casual club, you can use all your Legend stuff. Legends gets legitimized at the same time. So they don't remove the detachments. They just remove them from competitive play, but they remain for casual. So if you're a casual / curious person, you're like, yeah, I'm the recon guy. I'll keep using recon. But it's like when you're playing competitively, there's certain attachments which are allowed for match play and certain attachments which aren't. We've already seen them do this. We've seen them release points values which are only okay for casual play, but not to be used for competitive play just yet. Here's your early release box, but you can't use it at tournaments, but feel free to use it in your casual games. Serie A, Privateer Press tried that. It destroyed the game and the company. It did. Kian, you're describing standard in MTG? Yes. See, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. People say that would never work with a physical product. People do it with Magic the Gathering all the time. People always say, you Warhammer players, you're not Wales. You Warhammer players don't know. You Warhammer players, you don't spend nothing on your hobby in comparison to Magic. Magic players spend 2, 3, 4 times the amount that you Warhammer players spend. They spend it gladly to keep up with the season, to keep up with it. Jack coming in with a good point here. More than they currently do this with Kill Team. Teams in the first year of last edition are being sent to declassified. Not allowed tournaments, but will get rules updates allowed in casual setting. GW always tries this kind of stuff with a side game before they bring it to the flagship. If it's well received in Kill Team, they'll bring it over to 40k. They always do it. They did it with AOS. They used to do it with AOS in the past. They tried shit out in AOS, then they brought it over to 40k. Yeah. Zayden, I am an MTG refugee. The day they copy MTG is the day I give up. But what you'll get is you'll have cutthroat tournaments and you'll get Legends events. It's a test, yeah. As Kian, it's a testing ground, yeah. Mitchell, ex-MTG player here, confirmed. Yeah, man. Yeah. But do you know what's interesting? And I have this on good authority. I've got this from people who worked inside Games Workshop. The source is, trust me, bro. Back in the day, Magic the Gathering tried, like we're talking many, many, many years ago, Wizards of the Coast tried to set up brick and mortar stores. And at the same time that GW was doing it. And basically, GW had their model, and MTG had their, or Wizards of the Coast had their model. And obviously, there aren't really any, or I'm going to say many because I don't know for sure, but it's not a thing to have like a Wizards of the Coast physical store. Like you have independents that stock their product. But GW has, to this day, staff members pat themselves on the fucking back and managers wank themselves off, and they always like to be like, we did that thing that Wizards of the Coast couldn't do. And that's why they stick to these like weird in-store policies and stuff, because, well, we know it works, because if it didn't, then our stores would have closed and Wizards would still be there. And this is like something that happened years ago, and yet the people that basically still exist in GW from back in those days, or people that have picked this up story and just like repeated it, it's become like part of the fucking ritual of being a GW cultist. Do you remember that time when we beat Wizard of the Coast? Do you remember that time From that time. From that time. And they still wipe themselves off over it. That's the thing. That's the thing. So GW still sees like Wizards as like a competitor. They still see of Wizards as a competitor. They still see Wizards as like not a competitor, but like a rival. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? So if GW thinks that Wizards is doing something and they're seeing success from it, they're going to be like, we can do it better. We can do it better. We can do it better. And so they'll do it and they'll try and do it better. This is coming from Mordian Glory PI on the ground. You can choose to believe me or not, but I'm telling you, I've spoken to multiple GW staff who have confirmed like that's a thing. That's still a thing to this day. Yeah. All right, we've got 2 super chats here that I need to grab a drink. I want to say a big thank you to JM the Goose. The Goose is loose. You think we'll ever see things like Vet Guard squads come back as battle line or other data sheet? They were so cool and could really customize them. We will never see Veteran Guard squads come back in the way that they originally were. Never, ever, 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 ever. Because you have to remember that Veteran Guard squads... Don't remember, because you may not have seen this before. Let me show you. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to show you something. My asshole. No. I'm going to be 30 seconds. Right, back. But I thought it'd only be quick. I'm not leaving you chat too long, Lower Decks. Oh. So, this is the 3rd edition Guard Codex. In this codex, you will see an entry for hardened veterans, and you'll see a designer's note down here. The designer's note. Hardened veterans can be represented by any Imperial Guard models, but we've really included them to allow players to practice their skills at making a really unique and individual unit. Because of this, we won't be making models to represent many of the allowed options to a veteran squad. It's up to you to convert the models if you want troopers armed with these weapons in your squad. Can you imagine GW publishing a sentence like that? Anywhere, Warhammer, even on Warhammer community, even on Facebook, ever, let alone in a fucking physical book. We won't be making models for this. It's mad. We're not making any models for this. You go fucking make them. Basically, that's crazy, right? And then you've got things like let me find it here. Here you go. Armageddon, 3rd edition Armageddon supplement. Codex supplements have always been a thing, by the way. When people are like, oh, GW like release supplements and then forgets about them, they've always been a thing. Supplements have always been an addition thing. I used to get bent out of shape until I realized I've got fucking supplements going back from 3rd edition. These were only usable in like 3rd edition. Do you know what I mean? So you've got things here. Hive Gang Militia. Designers know Hive Gangers can be represented by Necromunda gang models. So the point is that we won't see veteran guardsmen like that anymore. I do think it is entirely possible we will see veteran guard squads come back. But there'll be a data sheet with very specific options. So if they come back, they'll come back similar to Engineers and to Kazakin. They won't come back as a fully customizable, take whatever the fuck you want unit. The Lower Decks, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Sir, we have run out the guns. Admiral Bricks has directed me to the gun decks to witness his glory. I still have no clothes on. Death to the octopus. You don't need guns. You don't need clothes when operating heavy machinery. You'll just get hot and flustered anyway. Just work in the buff. You seen that scene in Chernobyl when all the miners is down the pit fucking buck naked? Well, Admiral Brick saw that movie once, and now it's his standing policy on all hard work on his ship. So don't worry. You're going to a place where a lot of other people don't have any clothes on. Oh my god! There you go. See, low decks will be fine. You'll feel right at home. There you go. The only piece of clothing that you need on that is mandated on Admiral Bricks' ship is the cod piece. That's it. Other than that, and if you're in a hazardous area, a high vis cod piece, but that's it. All right. All right. I want to say next a big thank you to the 1,000. Thank you so much for the super chat, my man. The Giga Chat. Got invited to fill in at a team's tournament. Never even thought about team strategy before. How do I impress with the kids and establish dominance? It depends on how serious your team is. Some teams might have a matrix where you have to basically say what lists you think you'll be good into and what lists you think you'll be bad into. Some lists just turn up, drink beers, and have fun. So it depends on what team you're going to be in. But the important thing is there's basically two kinds of teams lists. There's the kind of list that can do okay into everything. Like you can say to captain, look, whatever you put me into, I'll get some points, especially if it's like a WTC format. I might not win every game, but I'll always get some points. And then there's some lists which are like, I'm very, very good at fighting specific things. These are things I'm good into. If you ever put, let's say, and there's certain things I'm really, really bad into. So if you ever put me into Gene Cyclical, I'm going to automatically lose. If you ever put me into Tyranids, I'm pretty much going to automatically win. So, yeah. I think that's what that's generally good teams. That's generally good teams' approach. You have players that you want to try and avoid having bad matchups. And getting the good matchups, or you have a list that has no bad matchups but doesn't really have any good matchups, but it can always do something. So talk to your team about what their plan is, or just say, look, guys, are we going there to like win, or are we going there just to like have fun? And if they're like, oh no, we're being pretty competitive, it's like, okay, well if we're being pretty competitive, then I need to build a list and then tell you what I'm good into or what I'm bad into. Yeah. So first things first is work out what kind of team you're on, then work out what kind of list they're bringing, and what kind of list you can bring to complement them. There you go. All right. Now, gentlemen, give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna be and then I'm gonna be back. Be one moment. I'm back. I tell you, it'll be quick. Oh, there we go. Croaky. So we're all caught up on super chat stuff. Just want to say a big thank you to you boys for your support. Oh man, so we talked about so much mad shit today. Honestly, half of it's been plausible. Half of it's been plausible, and half of it's been completely bollocks. But now now you guys have got to decide. Let's see what people are saying. Nate S94, I think you're on the money, Tim. GW have already done it with AOS. Only 4 real factions: Order, Chaos, Death, and Destruction. Yeah, sure, they're faction inside, but they change each season. 100% they will copy their golden goose. So that's true. I don't know much about AOS, but they do have basically just the big So yeah, so chat confirm. In AOS, they have the Forces of Order, Chaos, Death, and Destruction, right? Do some factions go from like the Forces of Chaos to like the Forces of Death? So I'll make one off the top of my head here. So correct me if don't see the specifics, but let's say you've got like the Flesh Eater Courts, and they might start off as like a force of like destruction, but they're in one season, but then next season or next edition they're a force of death, or vice versa. Or are they set in their ways? Because that's kind of interesting if like different seasons, like to sort of show the changing and swirling alliances in like the Age of Sigmar, that like certain factions, they don't cross between grand alliances. Ah, okay. Okay. So AOS only has 4 factions. Then say, for example, Slanesh in AOS, Chaos, their detachment gets new rules this season. Wait. Wait. Are you serious? So, okay, how often are the seasons? How often are Nate, how often are the seasons? Guys, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. If this pans out, I'm telling you, send me to the black ships. It seems like are they like every 3, 6 months, like every year? Like how often are they? How often are they? I need to know. I need the deets. Like 6 to 9 months. So, so chat confirm. Nate confirm. Let's say, using your example, you've got Slanesh Demons, and for like 1 6-month period, let's say they've got like the Slanesh's servants attachment. And then after 6 months, the Slanesh's servant attachment goes away and it becomes like the Secret Keeper's attachment. And then after 6 to 9 months, that attachment goes away. And they have the Nipple Twisters detachment. And that happens like within each edition. Is that literally like they get a new detachment? What happens to the old detachment? Does it go away or does it get added to? Like, do you build up detachments over time? Or do they have detachments which are active and then they go away and then active and then they go away? Because that's big. I missed your message. Did you do a super chat? Oh no, I don't see a super chat that's come in from you here. Sorry. And when you say I missed your message, I just want to make sure I've not missed a paid message. So I swear to God, if they're having these whole like detachments which are going away in AOS, I guarantee you that's coming over to 40k. I double guarantee. I bet the feet pics on it, man. Okay, that's fair enough, Mad Larkin. Thank you. I'm telling you, boys, that's coming. That's an AOS right now. That's coming. You can bet that bottom dollar, man. I'm telling you, not financial advice. Warhammer 40k Battle Pass when? It's coming. It's coming. They'll do it. Because I think how attachment works in AOS is not coupled 40k. Not yet, Syriade. Not yet. Give them time, Lord Smund. Give them time. Yeah, regiments were now another way for interfaction crossovers. They pretty much just go, here's one different army rules. Then 2 artifacts, but that's it. I'm telling you, boys. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right fucking now. That's what they're going to do. What, in some capacity... If you guys are telling me they will never ever do double turns for 40k, they will never ever do it. It's a fucking, I'm telling you right now, it's a fucking miracle it's lasted this long in Age of Sigmar. I'm telling you right now. I'm going to say something semi-controversial. It doesn't matter whether the double turn is overpowered or not. You can make all the arguments that it's not overpowered and that it's part of the game strategy. And you can make all of the arguments that it is overpowered and bullshit. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter. What matters is the perception of the double turn. And the hardcore Age of Sigmar players can talk until they're blue in the face about how the double turn is good. Don't hate the double turn. But you won't convince the majority of players that it isn't fucked. If GW wanted to, I kid you not, double double Age of Sigmar sales overnight. If they, I'm going to say the real contract, if they want to get that shit getting close to 40k, maybe not at 40k, but you know, getting it, get with the double turn. That's it. Get rid of the double turn. I tell you right now, if they get rid of the double turn, I would probably get into Age of Sigmar. And I know that I am not the only one that have that opinion. And that's not a niche opinion at all. Every single time I thought about getting into Sigmar, I remember that double turn is a thing, and I go, no. No, thank you. No, thank you. If I wanted to take away double turn, fuck it, just play Old World. No, because Sigmar's like a skirmish game, and Old World is a rank and flank game. Yeah. Right? That's what I've always been told. Dakota Poitras. Okay, I'm lost. What is double turn? So in Age of Sigmar, you roll off. So you know how, like, you know, in 40k, you've got battle round. You've got player 1's turn, player 2's turn. At the beginning of the game, you roll off to see who is going to go first. And then in each battle round, the same player has, you know, goes first. So let's say you and I roll off, Dakota, and you win the roll off. In battle round 1, you go first. In battle round 2, you go first. In battle round 3, you go first, right? In Sigmar, you do the battle round, then you roll off again to see who's going to go first in the next battle round. So, if, let's say, you won the roll off and went first, battle round 1, and I went second, battle round 1. But then we rolled off again in battle round 2, and I won. That means I get 2 turns back to back because I went second in round 1, and now I'm going first in round 2. So I get to do my entire army. I get to do everything in my army. I do everything in my army twice before you get your second go. I'm not even going to say it's totally fucked because many Age of Sigmar players tell me it's not. But you tell anyone who's not an Age of Sigmar player about that. You tell any 40k player, because their frame of reference is going to be 40k, so you can convince them it's a different game. There's no shooting, blah, 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 blah. You can... Yeah, see, Dakota, oh, wow, ew, yeah, ew, right? See, because your frame of reference is 40k. And 40k is bigger than Sigmar. So you're never, ever going to be able to convince a 40k player that it's not fucked. You'll never be able to convince them. You'll never be able to convince them. I you guys total crap. Maybe double turns are fine. No. Maybe. But like the thing is, for the vast majority of players, you'll never fucking convince them that it isn't absolutely gigafucked because they just can't get their heads around the concept of it. And the thing is, let me tell you something, right? I've had a lot of people tell me I've had a lot of Age of Sigmar players try to convince me it's not fucked. And yet, one of my good friends played on the Team England for Age of Sigmar for years. For years. He was one of the best. He was... To give you this guy's pedigree, he's a guy called JP. And he played 40k in 6. He played many editions of 40k. In 7th edition, he played Harlequins. This is when Harlequins didn't have like a codex. They had like a white dwarf supplement that was like 4 pages long. Everyone wrote them off as being absolutely useless. JP would win what is the equivalent of nowadays. You got to remember the scene was a bit smaller, but it was a lot sharkier because there was only no people no lifing it. He would he would win the equivalent of super mages by today's standards with a White Dwarf supplement. He's a very, very good player. But he gets into games, he's very, very good at them. Okay. Then he went over. Then when 8th edition came along and they changed a lot of stuff, he was like, you know what? I want to. He was like, I've no lived 40k. I want to change something else. So he went over to Sigmar, Team England Sigmar player, and he again was on Team England for years and years and years and years. Was part of teams that won things like the at the LG, like he won super majors. He was on a Team England winning super major team in the last like 5 years. So he's a very good Age of Sigmar player. Now he's got a little bit burned out from Sigmar, so he's over in bolt action. And whenever I see him at a bolt action tournament, whenever we go to bolt action tournaments together, he will regularly podium, if not win the overall. He's only been playing bolt action for a year. He's probably already got 4, 5, 6 first place trophies under his belt from RTTs to GTs. Yeah, he basically no lives a game until he gets bored of it, and then he moves on. Okay, really good player, all right? And he likes to take factions which other people say are dog shit and then does well with them. So in 3rd edition, he's been hitting Soviets hard because a lot of people at the beginning were like, Soviets are dog shit, and he's been like, no, they're not. And so he's doing very, very well with Soviets. Now, I once had I'd say about a year ago, just when JP was starting to get into bot action, he was coming off, he was at the very end of his Age of Sigmar journey, and he just started getting into bot action. He hadn't quite fully gone off Sigmar yet, and he was telling me about this game he had with another person who he wasn't on Team England at this point, but he was doing a practice game with someone who was. He was like helping them out, like as they were trying a new list. And this guy had this list, but basically they played 5 games back to back, him and JP, over the course of like an afternoon, having a few beers, knocking games out. Just if the game was, they didn't play every single turn, they just played the first sort of 2 or 3 turns, and then okay, yeah, that I can't come back from this. I can't back. JP got beaten like 5 out of 5 times because his opponent's list, every time his opponent got the double turn, he went because his list was so good. And I said, JP, hang on, mate. You tried to convince me for years to try Sigmar, and you tried to convince me, and every time I said, I just can't, man, the double turn, I can't wrap my head around it. He went, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. You're now telling me the double turn is fucked. And I think I told this story last week in the stream, but he looked me dead in the eye, he got this little twinkle in his eye, and he went, always been fucked, mate. It's always been fucked. And I went, so for years you were lying. He was like, yeah, I wanted you to get into the game. But we had a good laugh. We had a good laugh, and I was like, you motherfucker, like, you told me it wasn't a problem. And he went, of course it's a huge problem, of course it is. Like, if you're playing at a competitive level where lists are absolutely fucking overtuned, if someone could double turn with an overtuned list, of course it's fucking broken. So that's my only frame of reference for it. But this is a guy who, like I said, who's got real pedigree, who when he finally was like leaving the game, finally told me the truth about it, and it was like, yeah, it's always been fucked, mate. It's always been fucked. So because he was like, it was all about, it wasn't, I think Syrie was saying like it's not fucked because of melee, but a lot of the lists that he was like, a lot of the lists that JP used to do, he used to have he had like a Lumineth list at one point, and I think he said like he had like a wizard, and like every unit it flew over took damage. And so if you got the double turn, you could double fly over people's units and do loads of damage to them. I could be massively misremembering what he said or whatever, but there was some concept like that where it's like, I don't do any damage to you in like fucking melee or anything. I'm doing damage to you almost through fucking like movement and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing: whenever people try and tell me the double turn isn't fucked, I always just remember like from like a year ago when JP was leaving and he finally fucking told me the truth, and he was like, "No, it's of course it's fucked." You know what I mean? Of course it's fucked. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I never remember that. He had that little twinkle in his eye, man. He finally told me the truth. He finally told me the truth, man. Yeah. Um. Okay, we got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. So I want to say a big thank you to JM the Goose. The Goose is loose. Thank you for the super chat, man. Why did the Steel Legion get ditched from production? They look so cool, and I really don't get how they never made it to plastic kits. So they were ditched because they were in metal, and GW decided that they didn't want to make metal models anymore. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of reasons why they don't make metal models anymore, but yeah, basically, it was because they were metal models. Now, why did they not get a plastic kit? I think for Games Workshop, they basically decided that they were... Well, Deathcore, there's a lot of hype around Deathcore of Krieg. There's a reason why any budding lore channel will do a series on the Siege of Drax. If you look at channels like Yanovich, if you've never seen Yanovich, by the way, unbelievably good channel. I have to show you guys. This guy, his whole channel is about slowly but surely making an animated, like, Time Commanders style series about, like, documentary about the Siege of Drax. The motherfucker must have 100,000 subscribers, and he just makes videos about the Siege of Drax. If the guy made the same kind of videos about Armageddon, they'd probably do well, but they wouldn't have launched his channel to dizzying heights like it has done. So basically, you've got two armies that involve gas masks, and one is more popular than the other. Your GW, you're looking to move away from metal for everything. You've got to make this new line in plastic. Well, sorry, but we're going to go for the more popular one. But I agree, they're very, 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 very cool. But basically, you paint your Kriegers up in the classic Steel Legion color scheme, and they pretty much look like Steel Legion in plastic. Yeah, but it's yeah, it is mad. I personally have always thought the Steel Legion looked better than the Krieg, but it also fits with the whole. It's World War One in space. Do you know what I mean? It's World War One in space. Whereas what is Steel Legion? Like they're the mech guys, but they're not. They're not. Do you know what I mean? Maybe the Blitzkrieg thing. Maybe GW moved away from them because of those modern sensibilities we were talking about. I don't know. I doubt it though. It's not like the Deathcore Krieg are particularly non-Germanic and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think it's actually maybe the name isn't copyrightable. Syria, good point. Yeah. Yeah. I remember a GW staffer telling me that Pewter Mains had no profit margin in 2005. That's just a big bag of shit, that is. That's a big bag of shit. Yeah, I can tell you that for sure. Pewter Minis are like... If that was true, old world would be fucked. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's just if you've the Kriegers basically the Kriegers were more popular than Steel Legion, and GW was only ever going to make one plastic gas mask guard. So Kriegers won. That's simple. Yeah. However, I personally believe the Steel Legion look better. I do. Sorry, Krieg boys. I want to say a big thank. I don't think that doesn't mean I think Krieg are bad. I just prefer Steel Legion. And all the Krieg people are like, woo! Check out there was a shortage of tin or something that made metals no longer worthwhile for them. Maybe. Maybe. Could be true. It's definitely desert originated. I'm pretty certain, Steve Reisman, that Steel Legion are based off Blitzkrieg. They're a whole mixture of things, but they've got Fallschirmjäger fucking helmets, and they've got lightning bolt symbols. So this ain't no World War One desert. No siree. Let's be real here. Come on. Let's not fuck around here. They didn't have those bowl helmets in World War One, man. Come on. Those but look at the goggles on it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the Fallschirmjäger hats and the fucking lightning bolt badges on the sleeves. But yeah, let's focus on the goggles. Let's focus on the goggles. That'll see us through. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah. By the way, I'm not being soft. I fucking, you know, I think anyone that worries about that kind of shit is, you know, is just a bit. And I'm not gonna get into it. I personally don't worry about it. I like the Steel Legion, and I like them because of their. I just think aesthetically, I just love them. The shorter greatcoats, the bowl helmets, rather than the style helm design. I think they look cool as fuck. Yeah. But and truthfully, I don't think that GW moved away from Steel Legion because of any lightning bolt symbols or because of any helmet design or anything like that in any way, shape, or form. Truthfully, I don't think that would have been a factor. I think they had 2 sets of gas mask models. They could only make one of them. They were only ever going to make one of them in plastic. They could have made both in plastic, but they were like, fuck it, we'll make one in plastic. Which design is more popular? Which regiment is more popular? It's the Kriegers, so we'll go with that. And the Steel Legion can paint their Kriegers up in Steel Legion colors, and they'll be happy with that. That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be. So who we got next? Dustin, my boy! Dustin, thank you very, very much for just double check here for continuing your channel membership. I thought you weren't. It's at least at my back end. It's only 1 month, but I was like, this motherfucker's got cross Lasguns. I'm pretty certain. Dustin, thank you so much. X-Force, baby! Thank you for continuing your channel membership. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Tal Tom. Yes. Tal Tom, thank you so much for the 33-month member flex. I got it before I do the salute. I've got to do the double X-Force Mordian approved, baby. Yes, mate. Tal Tom, you might be a Tal bastard, but thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 3 years. You absolute giga Chad. Thank you, bro. That's a big deal, man. It's a big deal. Thank you. I challenge you to a game at Adepticon sometime. Anytime. The problem that I've had at Adepticon the last 2 times I've been is I've signed up to all these fucking tournaments. Do you know what I mean? I've signed like 3 or 4 different events. And actually, I need like to sign up to like 1 or 2 events. And then the rest of the time, just be like meeting people, chilling out, looking around the convention hall, all that kind of stuff. So, so yeah, I'm definitely up for, it would be really cool to come over and do some like, to do a game and to have a challenge. That'd be cool as fuck, mate. So I'm up for it. I'm not at Adepticon this year, but I should be at Adepticon next year. Should be. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to Tal Tom for the 5 gifted memberships. Yes! 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the 5 additional conscripts. Oh, I guess with you being Tal Tom, 5 additional Guvesa to hold the line in the name of the greater good. Thank you, bro. Incredible man. There we go. So yeah, it may also have to do with the sheer amount of Krieg stuff that's sold in resin. Yeah. Just, it's amazing how popular Krieg were when they just when they were a resin army, man. But yeah, and Krieg are cool. I think it's really important to understand, like, Krieg are cool. And for a long beard like me, they have become somewhat normalized because I'm just, oh yeah, Krieg. Of course, Krieg are popular. But there's a reason why so many people get into 40k and they start learning about the Krieg and everything. And they start being like, whoa, these guys are fucking cool as fuck. Yeah, like, they're like quintessential guard. Yeah. But I think it's like, the thing with Krieg, I wonder, I mean, is this absolute heresy? Is this absolute heresy?
Everyone fights, no one quits.
Are Krieg
Don't do your job, I'll shoot.
becoming this isn't the right word, so take the meaning, not the specific words from what I'm about to say. But are Krieg becoming a bit boring? What I mean is, are they becoming a little ultramarine? Like, they're becoming the face of the guard. The new default. Yes, CJ, yeah. Are Krieg becoming like, well, everyone has a fucking Krieg army, but I'm going to be different. Because before, when someone had a Krieg army, you were like, okay, they were like in a special club because it was expensive Forge World shit. And all their las rifles broke off because they were made of shitty Forge World resin. But now everyone's like, oh, I love the Krieg. I love the Krieg. I love the Krieg. And you're going to see Krieg armies everywhere. And then it's going to be like, ooh, Acadian player? Who the fuck is this? Like, yeah, I've always been a Acadian player. Yeah, that I mean, Shamrock, there's kind of a thing there. You know, damn hipster, you like them before they were super cool. That's it. What was it? Krieger vanilla, Krieger milk toast, Krieger shit. I heard him say it. Yeah. I chose plastic Kriegers. They are not Cadians. But many think about, are you becoming the... No, I'm joking. I don't think... Yeah. They're not boring. It's about seeing how all the sub-factions can interact. Well, here's the thing. When you've only got 3 choices of model, and one of those is the plastic Catachads, one of those Acadians, and everyone and their mum has got 1 million Acadians, and one of those is plastic Krieg. Which, you know, who do you think is going to become the most popular regiment? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's something that GW hasn't quite appreciated. Having all of the different guard regiments meant that everyone got that feeling of their dudes and got their feeling of being special and got their feeling of, well, I'm a Mordian player. Well, I'm a Praetorian player. Fucking Praetorians, man. Yeah. Maybe. It's going to sound really bad. I can't say that. I'll rephrase it. Maybe, you know, it's like a class system. You know, like, you know, how rare are your guard models? That, like, determined, like, how much dick waving you could do. So it's like, oh, well, I've got Mordians. Oh, okay, yeah, don't see many of those around. What have you got? Cadians. Ha! Fucking Cadians, boring. What have you got? Krieg. It's like, oh. Legit Forge models? Yeah. All legit. Did you get them from China? No. Everyone has the Forge World certificate. It's like, no one can top that. That guy's like in a league of his own. And then in comes like the 50-year-old granddad. And they're like, oh, old timer, what are you bringing? Like, oh, well, I've got these bottles from Big Tooth River, Praetorian Guard. And you're like, the yellow tunics, the white pith helmets. God. Is that a bugle? Are you okay? Are you okay, Mordian? It's the business card scene, 1000. Yeah. Let's see Paul Allen's guard army. Oh man. It's funny, right? It's funny, right? Because people in chat are saying, what about the Elysians? And it's like, here's the thing. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it. You're not going to like it. You're not going to want to hear it. I'm just going to say it.
Reporting for duty, sir.
There's no such thing as an Elysian player. They don't exist. They don't exist. There's just a bunch of people online that pretend they're Elysian players that like find photos online of Elysian models and they say, oh yeah, I just painted these up, and they share them with the other Elysian players, and the other Elysian players know that they've nicked that picture because it's not theirs, because they've also nicked it in the past. I mean, let me ask you this, chat. Let me ask you this. Have you ever actually seen an Elysian army in real life? Like not online. Not online. Not on a YouTube video. In real life. Your own eyes. Have you seen them? Have you touched their models with your hands? No. No one has. No one has. No one has ever seen an Elysian. No. Siriade, doesn't matter what you say, because you're just a guy online. You're just lying. Anyone that says yes is just lying. Because no one has. It's not true. It's not possible. In the 21 years that I have been playing Imperial Guard, I have seen 1 5-man squad of Elysians. See, people might have a squad here and there. People might have a squad or a unit here and there, but no one has a full army. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying you've never seen Elysian models. I'm saying, have you ever seen a full Elysian army? No. The only time that I've ever seen them in 21 years was a Space Marine player who had 1 squad of 5 who used them as a squad of scouts. That was it. There's no such thing as an Elysian army. They don't exist. Mad Larkin, you wanted the big tinfoil hat? I'm telling you, that's the truth. There's no such thing as an Elysian army. No one ever did it. It never happened. You can't prove otherwise. You can't prove otherwise. It's the conspiracy theory, man. It's Schrodinger's Elysians. That doesn't quite work, but anyway. Yeah, Deja Vu. I have about 8 of them, but they're 3D printed. Yeah. More Elysian models were 3D printed, I guarantee it, after they were discontinued than were ever actually bought from Games Workshop. Yeah. I don't know if that's true. I'm just chatting shit, by the way. We got some super chats coming here. I want to say a big thank you to JM the Goose. The goose is loose. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the giga chat. Yes. Look at the lore of Armageddon, an army of gang conscripts in a toxic wasteland. Logistically important world with battles on factory lines. Krieg are mints. Dude, you don't need to convince me. Bro, I have the Armageddon book. It's one of my favorite, most cherished possessions. I love it. I don't have the Imperial armor books for Siege of Rax. That's just because I've never found them for a reasonable price. Aside from that, this cost me £5 whole. And that wasn't when it was made. Like, it cost a £5 when it was made, but I bought it off eBay for a £5. But yeah, I love the Armageddon Steel Legion. I think they're so cool. I love the fact that the Deathcore Krieg, the first ever Deathcore Krieg model, is right there. It's a Steel Legion guy in a slightly darker color scheme with a skull free-handed onto his mask. That's it. But I also like the Piran Dragoons are cool. The Piran Dragoons are very cool. I actually think, do you know what I think my favorite color scheme is? I think it's the Jopal Indentured. But that's because it's slightly lighter. The Deathcore's quite dark. The Piran Dragoons is quite dark. But the Jopal, I quite like the green and brown. Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that for a picture, boys. There's some great artwork. Some great, not even artwork, great models in here. Look at that. Look at the old school box. That's a metal. That's a metal Furiosa Dreadnought, man. You know what really caught my attention? Those fucking Jim Butler's Storm Giants. Who the fuck is Jim Butler, for one? And two, who the fuck are the Storm Giants? And three, look at like old school, though, that like the Vindicator looks. Look at like how mad those Tactical Marines look, man. That's so cool. It's so cool, man. The Relictors, I remember them. If you ever want to read a cool bit of like cool bit of fluff, read about the Relictors. They were or the Relictors is probably the best way of doing it. The Relictors. They're a bunch of Space Marines that went around and who they thought they were loyalist. They perceived themselves as loyalists, but they got purged by the Inquisition because they kept using Chaos artifacts. GW, like Chaos relics. GW had a whole like supplement on them back in the day, a White Dwarf supplement. It was really cool, and they were loyalist Marines. And you could have like, they were loyalist Marines, but you could have like one like guy upgraded with a demon weapon. It was kind of cool. Yeah. First Marines look like trash amateur cartoons. I think old Tactical Marines show their age. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you on that, Talzum. But I think we've seen how you can make Firstborn look good with good proportions in Horus Heresy. So no, I both agree and disagree. I think old First Marines, they're obviously goofy looking, like obviously, but that doesn't mean that they need to go away. Heresy has proven you can make good looking Firstborn. Jossy's a really mad shit. Look at those war tracks, boys. Get the nostalgia berries going. Get the nostalgia berry, the member berries, man. War tracks with red paint jobs. So this is one of the things that when a lot of people say they don't want like war gear and stuff to come back because it would like complicate the game or whatever, like free upgrades. So I kid you not, you miss out on so much. Well, I watch it. I think there's a bit more. Some of these pages are stuck together. Not in that way. You really need to know why some of these pages stuck together. It's because I had it hung up on the wall. They kept flapping open, so I had to like use little bits of blue tack to keep the page together. So there you go. There's a little bit there. Not wanking off over old metal Gazgul Thraka. Well, to be fair, No, we've got rid of all the blue tack. So what was I going to say? Yes. So one of the big things that's been lost with free war gear everywhere is the ability to have cool upgrades that cost points. So a good example of this is every single you used to have something called, I can show you even. You used to have something in every book that was called war gear, and vehicle upgrades. Okay. So and these war gear and upgrades not only added not only you paid points and you got little buffs for each vehicle, not only made each vehicle incredibly customizable, not cookie cutter like a video game, but they also add a lot of flavor. So, for example, any orc vehicle could be upgraded with a red paint job. They could be upgraded with a red paint job. And the reason why you would do this is it cost you like 5-10 points per vehicle. And you had to like paint the vehicle in red. That was like it said in the codex. If you're going to have this upgrade, you have to paint your vehicle in red. But it got you +1 extra inch of movement. And this fed into the orc gestalt field, and it fed into the memes and the lore around orcs of red ones go faster. And so what you could actually pay an upgrade and paint your vehicle red, and your vehicle could go faster. Cool. So that's where, like, that is the basis of the bit of lore. Yeah. When war gives thing, nobody took power swords, hunter killers, heavy stubbers, sponsons. Okay. I agree with power swords. I agree with hunter killers. Disagree on stubbers. I disagree on sponsons, man. The eternal debate of guard tank players was to sponsor or not to sponsor. 50% of guard players were like, no, never sponsor. And 50% of guard players were like, always sponsor. It's like that scene in Babylon 5. Purple or green? Yeah, exactly, Tiki. The red ones go faster. Now, imagine if we'd never had the base of Speed Freaks. Imagine if we'd never had the whole red ones go faster upgrade. Imagine how orcs would be significantly less boring if they didn't have that part of their lore. Red ones go faster. Well, yeah, they used to. Yeah. That's an example of an enduring piece of lore that got immortalized via some fun, flavorful rules, and that exists to this day. And it never would have happened if you hadn't had a silly little bit of war gear. Like, Dozer Blaze used to do stuff. Yeah. But ones go faster predate the war gear choice. I don't know about that, Siriade, but it's still, it might not have been specifically a war gear choice, but it would have been an upgrade in some capacity or another. It didn't, it would have been a thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look. We've got Ranger Will. Ranger Will, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Everybody fights. Nobody quits. Thank you so much for your incredible support, man. Thank you for doing your part. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. Who's Rogue Dreadlord? That's cool. Mad Larkin, cameos were amphibious. Make chimeras. Hashtag make chimeras amphibious again. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael. Thank you to the Super Chat, man. Vitrion Dragoons, they are all I want. Yeah, there's been many people who have tried to make Vitrion Dragoon models. They just never quite come out. I think GW could make them now. With the advanced digital technology they have, I don't think we should have had Vitrion Dragoon models before. Because they would have looked like shit. But I think now with the way GW produces models digitally, I think Vitrion Dragoons could make a comeback and they'd look good. They'd look damn good. Yeah. I also want to say a big thank you to Jay and the Goose. The Goose is loose. Did you hear the rumors that Yarrick would become a saint in the future because he was thought back into existence by the orcs? Why they ditched Yarrick? I have heard this rumor from day one.
Good for you.
From the moment that we found out Yarrick was gone. From the moment we found out Yarrick was gone, people have been saying they're gonna bring him back. Like Angron's like belt has like a skull with like a Bale eye on it, and people were saying like it's not the right. It's not Yarrick's skull. I'm pretty certain it is Yarrick's skull. Let's have a look. Can't even see it. Yeah. That scores service studs. Ah, fair enough. It does have service studs, but let's look at Yarrick's face. I guess you can't see. He might have service studs under his hat though. You don't know. You don't know what kind of thing. He was alive for a long time. You don't know what the fuck he got up to. But people have been saying from day one they're going to bring Yarrick back. I really hope they do. I really hope they do. To be fair, it would be very clever of GW to kill off Yarrick, get everyone very upset that Yarrick was killed off, and then bring him back in a new model for like 30 fucking pounds, and then every guard player goes out and buys it. Do you know what I mean? GW, they know how to play us like a fiddle. They know how to play us like a fiddle, man. Yeah. Hey, but the thing is, he'll be back with double grab claws. I'm going to say something controversial. I don't want Yarrick back as a saint. It's one of the mistakes that GW can often make with Guard is they try and make things that are maybe a little too they try and make Guard models a bit like Space Marine models. Guard are cool and epic because they are but mortal men and women, but mortal people who choose to stand against the horrors, the unthinkable horrors of the galaxy. And if they bring Yarrick back and he's some like fantastical saint, I think that it would be less cool than if he came back and it was just good old fucking Yarrick. And like it's Yarrick with his indomitable will that's like escaped from some fucking demon world fucking planet, and like they tried to like possess him and mutate him, and he's just single minded iron will belief in the Emperor is just like my faith is my shield. You can't corrupt me. You can't possess me. Get fucked, you demon bastards. And then he like it's pure like his and then like the Emperor, because the Emperor does communicate through vessels like Saint Celestine and the Emperor's Champion and stuff like that. And so, you know, the Emperor could like see this like fucking human, this normal fucking dude, and it could remind him of Alonius Pius, because you know the Emperor's like, fuck man, this guy is like not since I stood on Horus's flagship have I seen such faith in one who is but human. Imagine that line, like in the Codex. Not since the days I stood on Horus's flagship have I seen such faith, one who is only human. And the Emperor could not turn him into a saint permanently, but for a fraction of a moment, like the Emperor puts like 1% of his, not 1%, puts like a tiny like fraction of like of his power like onto Yarrick, like a temporary like blessing. Like a temporary blessing. And the demons like can't go near him. The chaos, they can't possess him. They like he just a tiny, like a temporary blessing from the Emperor, the raw power of the Emperor. A bit like how the Emperor's Champion gets the visions from the Emperor. He is able to escape from this like heretic. You could say it's a demon world planet. Maybe you just say it's like it's a heretic prison or some prison camp or something, and he escapes and you know he makes it back. Do you know what I mean? Some mad shit. Like the Emperor doesn't like teleport him away. Nah, like the Emperor's like, I'm gonna give you my blessing, but you've got to get out of there yourself with your own 2 feet. Do you know what I mean? And that would be really cool. Like the Emperor could just like teleport him away. The Emperor could. He's got the power, but that's not how the Emperor does things. And Yarrick is just like, fuck it, I'm getting out of here. Maybe the Emperor just gives him the strength. Rewards it. Like he's like, you know, Yarrick is like starving to death and all this kind of stuff. The Emperor just goes, I'm just going to give you a little blessing to give you the strength to get out of here, but you've got to use that blessing, man. I think that's the way of doing it. And then Yarrick comes back, and the Inquisition's like, who the fuck are you? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Yarrick. And like, Yarrick is dead. We saw him taken. And they're like, you think I could die? I still have work to do. Armageddon still needs saving. Yeah, that would be cool. I want Paris Master turns a mad brain in the jar, piloting a soul grind in the army of Ashtor. Yeah, that'd be cool, dude. Yeah, that'd be such a dumb. That would be such a cool fake out from GW. We're bringing back Ferrus Manus. I was like, oh, but he's coming back. I was like, wait, they're bringing up Ferrus Manus, but the next codex to be released is the Chaos one, and they're like, we know. That'd be so good. Figure of the Butch, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Have you played Pro Hammer yet? You could use that codex. I don't even know what Pro Hammer is. Let me have a look. Have any of you played Pro Hammer? It seems like the perfect rule set for fans of Midhammer. attempts to unify all 3rd edition and 7th edition codexes with a more reactive rule set. Overwatch, turn 5, sign, shoot. And lots of rules, clarifications, and balancing. There's all the rules as well as missions and TTS table and train instructions. I've played a few games and I'm very familiar with the rules and designs. I'm happy to answer any questions people who are curious. Most guys want to play this rule set. I think it's the best way to play this era of 40k. It's my main one. Wow, okay, let's have a look. I've never seen this before. What the fuck is this? Okay. A unified 40k rule set for 3rd to 7th. All Pro Hammer classic living rules. I've been working on the programs for quite a while, so the author here includes much playtesting like muster, quite a bit over Tablet Simulator. A long-standing aspiration of the project achieved today is to fully write the rules for classic version of 40k that builds on the original Pro Hammer, but comprehensively covers everything else that needs covering. Along the way, I clean up issues in older rule sets and deliver something that works as a unified rule set for the classic edition of the game. 37. This classic version of Pro Hammer supports any codex and cross-edition play from the classic era. Wow. Please take a look at the rule set linked above. Why Pro Hammer? Warhammer 40k from 3rd edition to 7th edition shared a common core set that endured for nearly 20 years from the release of the edition in 1998 until 8th edition 2017. For many players, there represents the classic 40k experience. And for one reason or another, whether it be lore, the gameplay, or aesthetics, remains a version of the game still worth playing. Pro Hammer Classic is an attempt to build a unified rule set. Okay, design philosophy. Celebrate the epic round 1 4K and its emphasis the gritty infantry battles. Good players more interesting and tough tactical choice rewarding clever play of list building. Balance fairness with excitement. Keep gameplay surprising but not randomly or overly punitive. Emphasize intuitive rules. Simple is good but shouldn't be at the expense of gameplay or rule logic. Oh no. I think I might. Oh no. Am I about to never play 10th edition ever again? The Pro Hammer rule set is completely rewrite of the rules. While many aspects of the rules are inspired directly by ruling in a Pro edition, there are a number of notable and significant departures worth highlighting at the onset. Reaction to goes. Pro Hammer adds more dynamic play between players. Units that are shot by shooting attacks can take limited reactive fire in exchange of taking their normal shooting next turn. Units have options for different reactions when charged, or when choosing to pursue a retreating unit. Classic Overwatch reincorporates a classic approach to Overwatch, interwoven with first fire, giving the benefit to units that remain stationary before shooting. Overwatch allows you to fire on your opponent's turn, further breaking down the I go, you go gameplay into a more reactive system. Reworked wound allocation. The process for resolving attacks with range and melee are refined and clarified to account for unified batch rolling process that fairly assigns wounds. It minimizes gaminess and smooths out handling of multiple weapon attacks and variable target saving throws. Vehicle damage tables, penetration modifiers, place hull points. When was this made? It's fucking big, man. I can't go through all this in one go. 2021. Let's have a look at some rules here. Right. A lot of this is going to be in here, right? Right, let's just see if we can find like some... Oh! Vehicle firing arcs! Oh no. Oh no. I'm getting erect. Imperial Guard. Weapon skill 3, blitz skill 3, strength. The old profile. Oh my days. Oh my god, vehicle armor. Oh. That's no hull points. I think I'm gonna come. The old AP system. Controversial. The old I think that a lot of people won't like the old AP system. But yeah. No pre-measuring. I don't like that one. I'll be real. No pre-measuring is fucking bullshit, man. I mean, I wish they'd got rid of it in Bolt Action version 3, frankly. Oh, I swear, if this motherfucker's brought back guest ranges, I'm gonna be like, nah. No, man. It better not have fucking guest range weapons, I'm telling you now. Oh, there you go. Optional free measuring. If all players wish, they may instead play. That's such an measure. Okay, that's fine. So you have got free measuring. Okay, that's good. I like the term free measuring. That's cool. Okay, line of sight. Let's have a look. Line of sight. Let's have a look. Line of sight, LOS, is used to determine what models can see the model for the purpose of shooting attacks and performing other actions that require line of sight. Point of view. Line of sight is determined from the eyes of a figurine model. Stoop low behind the model to get a model's eye view of what the model can see. If the location of the model's eyes are unclear, use a point of view centered on the model's base at the top of the model's body. So, as best as you can, use the eyes. If no eyes, basically use the middle of its body. A target figurine model is line of sight if any part of the model's body, as defined in models, is visible from the originating point of view. Appendages, not part of the body, may be seen through, but if such appendages are all that can be seen, the model is not a line of sight. So basically, it's from eyes to body. So you can't see a random person's sword sticking out. You can't see a person's base. Oh, yes. Point of view for vehicles, line of sight is measured for each weapon independently, centered on the pivot point of the weapon. Oh dearie me. You've got to see the vehicle's hull. This is so good. AKA area terrain. Okay. A D3? What? Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, I'll be. Oh my god, this guy's rolling D3s. Oh, it's clear. That was stupid. That was a real stupid moment right there. Oh, scatter dice, nice. Okay. Yeah, so you got the to hit table there. Cool. Ah, so you can re-roll. If you get high enough, you can re-roll. Okay, that's cool. Limited fire. Okay, I want to see some, like, units. Let's have a look. Okay, cool. Vehicle damage tables are cool. That's a cool bit of artwork right there. Is that orcs? Yeah. Some cool artwork in here. I presume there has to be... Oh, psychic powers. That's cool. I presume there has to... Oh, no, I guess the codexes would be where the model rules would be. Oh, yeah. Makes sense. It wouldn't be in here, would it? Common tournament format. 2,000 points still. Okay. Very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the units are the actual code. Yeah, yeah. It took me a second, Vigo, but of course, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. My God, you actually have to drive out the shoot. Yeah, Mad Larkin. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Vigo, I did not know this was a thing. I am now very, very interested. I'm very interested. I just kind of want to go back and play an old edition of 40k. Do you know what I mean? I do have the third edition rulebook. I bought it recently. Maybe Simon and I should just do a third edition game. Yeah. And then try this as well at some point. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Vigor, that's cool though. I want to say a big thank you to Baron Kaza. Baron Kaza, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Baron Kaza 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And apologies, it took me a little while to get to you. I also want to say a fun thank you to Fun Jacob. Thank you for the super chat, man. Any company make metal models need more Elysians. What do you mean, Fun Jacob? Or do you mean did any company make the old metal models? Well, Elysians were made in resin, mate. Elysians were made in old Forge World resin. So the only place that you're going to find Elysians now is going to be... the only place you can find these now is either Forgery World or 3D prints. And I don't even know if you'll be able to find... You might be able to find legit 3D prints because GW doesn't make them anymore. So... Elysian drop troops STL. I think they are just. I think you can just get them. To be honest. They might not be exact. Okay. 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 Yeah. Basically, yes. If you do, if you search them, they will exist. Yeah. I've just found something else very interesting, but I'm just going to look at this somewhat surreptitiously. Oh, very interesting. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I'm gonna, you're gonna have to hold, you guys have to bear with me 1 second. Oh, oh man. I just found some pretty wicked STLs, I'm not gonna lie. It's all quite interesting, to say the least. All quite interesting indeed.
You smash the entire area. You kill anything that has more.
Oh, wow, so cool. Oh, shit. I can't show these off because I don't want to get the maker in trouble. You gotta be careful with that kind of stuff, boys. You don't want to get a good thing ruined, you know. But if I happen to just... I'm gonna... I just found this guy here, and I think I'm gonna be very interested in some of the stuff that he has. Because, look at this, boys. Do you want Steel Legion Strachan? Do you want fucking Steel Legion Strachan? Yes. Yes, I think I do want Steel Legion Strachan.
I only have one rule. Everyone don't do your job, I'll shoot you.
Oh man, I think I really want him. Oh dearie me. Oh yeah, oh dear. We've been hearing a lot of stuff about Steel Legion tonight. I think it's been JM the Goose has been loving it. Yeah. Steel Strachan. There you are. Alright. That's on my end, by the way, boys. Don't worry about it. Okay. Okay, yeah, there we go. I want to say a big thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Walario, my boy! Walario, you mad bastard! Walario coming in with the 30 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Walario, you mad motherfucker. Thank you so much for the first and second wave. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. If you had more than 2 legs, you get me. We get you. We get you, sir. 30 more. Another full platoon with command squad, with attendant, commissar, and other characters that can join for Walario's Wildcats. Walario, you absolute Giga Chad. Double 07. Octuple 07. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the community. And dude, thank you for all of your support, man. I was doing a big tidy of my room today. Did a big tidy of it. And I was organizing all of the boxes that you sent. And like I said, I've got Wall Ario now. And I'm really excited to get working on some of those. I've almost I've been putting some good work in on my current vowels, but I'm really excited to see what I want to work on next. And I'm honestly getting really tempted to build some Eldar up, man. As crazy as it sounds, but I might go for some of those tanks, the Horus Heresy tanks, man, because it's been a while since I've built and painted some Lehman Russes, you know. So yeah, there we go. But oh my days. So Walario, Wall Ario, the Wall of Walario models. Thank you so much, man. You're a good lad, and I raise my glass to you. An officer, gentleman, and gentleman scholar. And I saw before that you thought that a 3rd edition game would be cool. I've been meaning to do it for a while. I might do a 3rd edition game. Either this week or next week, depending on when I next play a game with Simon. We just have to like learn it as we were doing it. I just have to like, I've got the Tyranid book, I've got the Guard book. I could definitely just throw together a couple of like 1,000-point armies, not worry too much about whether it's balanced or not, and just sort of see. I haven't got any Tyranid Khan effects though. That's my only weakness. No Khan effects. But I do have Tau. You know, I do have Tau. Maybe Mordians versus Tau. Go back to my childhood. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Walario, thank you so much, man. Thank you, bro. Gentlemen, I don't mean to. What Fanta is that? Grape? It's raspberry. It's raspberry. It's very nice. It's 0 sugar raspberry. This is Mordian bought it, and I've been stealing them because they're very tasty. Well, what about the sponsons on the tanks? What for 3rd edition? I've got a bunch of 3rd edition Lehman Rusters, so that wouldn't be a problem. Most of my Rusters are from 3rd edition, so the loadouts would be perfectly legal. Wouldn't be any problems there at all. I think I can check, but yeah, because back in the day, different Rusters could only get certain weapons on the sponson, couldn't they? Let's have a look. Lehman Russ. Battle tank. Yeah, I've got a Lehman Russ battle tank, which can have las cannon and heavy bolter sponsons. I've got 3 of those. And I've got a Lehman Russ demolisher with plasma cannon sponsons. So yeah, no dramas there either. Yeah. No dramas. So yeah, wouldn't be a problem It's funny. The Leman's Exterminator used to only be able to take heavy bolt responses because it was all about chucking bullets. And the Vanquisher could only get heavy bolts or heavy flame responses. So cool. Vanquisher battle cannons used to have a normal battle cannon, but it came. 1 minute, let me just check this. So a Vanquisher battle cannon in 3rd edition was a normal battle cannon that came with a coaxial storm bolter, which is counted as getting a pintle mount storm bolter. You couldn't pay for another storm bolter on top of that, so you couldn't have like double storm bolter because that would have been too powerful. But you could choose, your Vanquisher could choose to fire Vanquisher shells. So it didn't always have to. It could fire battle cannon shells, and you could choose to fire Vanquisher shells from it. And if you did, they were 72-inch range, strength 8. You have to remember strengths were different back then. And instead of rolling the template, you use ballistic skill 3 to hit. And if you scored a hit, you rolled 2d6 and added the results together for armor penetration. So to give you an idea of how that works, each vehicle used to have an armor value. And you had to match or beat the armor value. So if you're a strength 8 weapon and the minimum vehicle armor, it's 10. If you roll a 1 to wound, essentially, 8 plus 1 is 9, couldn't wound. If you roll a 2, 8 plus 2 is 10. You'd match the vehicle armor so you get a glancing hit. Now, the Vanquisher being strength of 8 doesn't sound that great, but you roll 2d6 and add that to result. So it'd be like, even if you rolled a double 1, you'd still glance a truck. So like, any light vehicles were getting automatically wounded by the Vanquisher. But on average, you'd add plus 7. And as Zark said, 14 was the max back then. So on average, if you hit with a Vanquisher, you always got a penetrating hit. Because you'd get an average of 15, which would penetrate the enemy armor. That's so cool. But you only have ballistic skill 3. So you only hit on a 50-50. That's crazy. That's literally fucking crazy. Yeah, Mordian's 14 along with the Land Raider in the front of a Russ. Yeah. Leman Russes were front armor 14, side armor 12, rear armor 10. But the Demolisher was front armor 14, side armor 13, rear armor 11. And then in the 4th edition Guard Codexes, all Leman Russes went up to 14 and 14 front, 13 side. But the Demolisher still got its rear armor of 11, where everyone else got rear armor of 10. Yeah. Mad. That's crazy. That's crazy, boys. All right, got a couple more super chats coming in, and probably start wrapping things up. So I want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Oh, Tiki, thank you so much for the Giga Banzai. It's amazing, man. Banzai. Question. Saw this on Reddit. If you could design a 2-player starter set at about £85 retail and your dream starter army at about £100 retail, what would you make? For £85 starter set, I mean, I'd just bring back Gentleman's War, frankly. Okay, so I'd probably... Yeah, I'd bring back Gentleman's War was the perfect starter set. It's a shit. I thought they were going to keep it going into 2nd edition, into 3rd edition. I thought they were going to be like, look, we're just going to rebox it with a 3rd edition rulebook. I mean, frankly, Tiki, they should bring Gentleman's War back with a 3rd edition rulebook. if they were to perfect it, they should bring Gentleman's War back, and you get the late war British infantry and the late war German infantry. So like grenadiers and like just normal Brits and Canadians. And then you still, yeah, you can put a 222 in there, that's fine. And you can put a Humber armored car in there, that's fine. Yeah, no problem there. Now you can't think of an armored car outside of an armored platoon. I guess that's true, but I think you could still like have like could you have like an intro scenario? Do you know what I mean? You'd have like the intro scenario, so that'd be fine. But yeah, I'd still do that, I think. If you really were a stickler about, because I mean, Tiki, you can't take a lone greyhound, and yet you get a lone greyhound in Battle of the Bulge. So it's not really a consideration. It's not really a problem. But yeah, that's what I do. I'd bring back. I'd basically if I was Warlord, I'd relaunch Gentleman's War with a 3rd edition book in there. If you were to, I think you could perfect it by like those later war infantry sets in, but I think that would take away from it a little bit. Truthfully, I think Gentleman's War is cool because it's North Africa. So yeah, I thought Gentleman's War was the perfect 2-person starter set. As for my own starter set for about £100, to me, honestly, the German Winter Fallschirmjäger one is an insanely good deal. Like insanely good. Yeah. And there's that Blue Legion, the Condor Legion, right? That's a good one. But yeah, you want 2 vehicles, you want 3 weapon teams, and you want a bunch of infantry. Yeah. That's what I would do. Yeah. Honestly, to be fair, Tiki, I know it's a bit boring, but I'm pretty happy with the kits Warlord have been putting out. If I think I tell you what, I'll fucking use my imagination. I'll stop being a little bitch boy about it. I'll use my imagination. 2-person starter set. You go Eastern Front. You just call it the Eastern Front. And you fucking lean into what made Company of Heroes 2 so successful. You have Germans, like 30 German infantry and a Panzer IV, because Company of Heroes 2 had a Panzer IV in it. So 30 German infantry and a Panzer IV. Like Grenadiers. Or you go Grenadiers or you go Winter German infantry, one or the other. And then you go on the Russian side, like something bonkers, like 40, maybe not even that bonkers, like 42 Soviet infantry and a T-30, a T-34. Maybe the Germans can have the better tank. The Soviets can have more infantry because the Soviet tank would just be like a basic T-34, not the 85, just T-34-76. And that would be kind of cool. And you just call it the Eastern Front. Like, you don't need to say more than that. That's ominous in its subtle, not in its subtlety, in its, you don't need to hype up the Eastern Front. It's the fucking Eastern Front. Everyone knows it's gnarly as fuck. That's how I do the 2-player starter set for sure. And then for like mass appeal, and then for the, and maybe I'd sweeten the deal by having like a unique commissar model in that set, and which you can't get anywhere else but in that set. So it's like, yeah, you want that fucking unique commissar, fucking go for it. Yes, there is Bad Witch Project, but the Russian infantry is a bit, they're redoing the Russian infantry at the moment. The current plastics are old. So yeah, I think and then you have like a unique like German officer as well. Maybe like an air observer or something. or tank commander upgrade, like a Panzer Ace upgrade, dude that you can stick in the top hatch, something like that. And then for the one-person perfect starter army, I'd like to see some starter armies that came with double tank. It could be double Panzer III. Or like a Panzer IV and a Panzer III. Or I think the reason I like the Condor Legion, whatever they are, is because it comes like, isn't it like a Stug and a Panzer III? Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, something more beginner starter sets with double proper tank. Not a tank and an armored car, double tank. Yeah. And if I was to do a perfect like German one, I'd have one that came with like 24 German winter infantry in greatcoats, and then 12 German winter Fallschirmjäger, because that would be cool. Have like a couple of different squads so you can mix and match things. And then I'd have, I think, a couple of MMGs and a medium mortar is very reasonable, nice and balanced. And then yeah, I think a couple of tanks, that'd be pretty good. Yeah. I think that would be a really cool winter themed German army. And you could then release the same thing again, but summer themed. So if some people want the winter sprues, some people want the summer sprues. So you can have a couple of Fallschirmjäger units, and then some regular grenadiers. Yeah, Soviets could get away with triple tank. Yeah, the Soviets' whole like starter army could be like, you get 3 T-34s. You get a T-34 platoon. I mean, if they redid the Soviet winter starter army, get rid of the KV-1. I'm going mad here. Get rid of the KV-1. Get rid. Okay, there's 2 ways to do it. I'd get rid of the KV-1 and the support teams like the mortar and the machine gun. I keep the 80 infantry and I just add in like 3 T-34s and be like, here's your Soviet winter starter army. It's conscripts and T-34s. Go nuts. Or I would go for 3 T-34s. You can have one be like an 85 if you want. You can mix it up. But I think for simplicity, they could just be like 3 T-34s of either 85 variety or 76 variety. And I'd go 3 T-34s. This one might be like 100 and just over £100 Tiki. Yeah, I think 3 T-34s, 60 infantry, and then keep a couple of weapon teams. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just literally just be like, I'm gonna just lean into the vibes of T-34s and conscripts. Leave that post-war narrative. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I do, man. Yeah. So Tiki, good question. Good question. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Martial Law. Martial Law, thank you for the super chat, bro. Post some concept images for Dr. Thorax in Street Discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, man. Oh, these are so cool. Dude, these are so cool, man. I'm guessing you've got some AI art here. So for those of you that want to know the background of this picture before I show it, Martial Law says that he really wished there was he really wanted to collect a Gene Stealer cult army that combined Gene Stealer cult with the GLA from Command & Conquer Generals. And I was like, dude, you should do that. I made Brotherhood of Nod. You should do GLA. And he said, I want. And there was a cat because there's a character in Command & Conquer Generals that was called Dr. Thrax. That was about chemical warfare and anthrax and everything. And he wanted Dr. Thorax. It's Gene Stealer Cult, right? Honestly, these pictures are mad. I love it. So a bit of AI art later, and boom, we've got our GLA Gene Stealer Cultist. I love it, man. I think that's really cool. I think that's really cool. That's so badass, man. The GLA Gene Stealer Cult fucking hybrid, bro. That's mad. Proper chemicals. Proper Gene Stealer Cult. Mutated as fuck, man. I love it. That feels like a combination of the GLA and the Gene Stealer Cult. It feels like a combo. That looks cool. That's just like I did. That's just like I did when I did Brotherhood of Nod, man. Combining Brotherhood of Nod and Gene Stealer Cult. I think that's cool as fuck. Yeah. When you breathe in the gas, you may not look the same in the mirror. Nice. It's gonna be a shove into my money. Yeah, man. It was so cool. You've got to do it now. Talon, mixing Talon and Gene Stealer Cult bits would be so cool. You know, Marshall, it might cost you a little bit of money, but no more than if you bought it from Games Workshop. But you might be able to build that army from Anvil Industries. And I'm not sure, but the Anvil, I think we still have a 5% discount code for Anvil in the Mordian Glory Discord. Let's have a look here 1 second. Hey, 5% is not, it's like I said, it may not work out. You might 3D print it instead. 3D printing it might be an option to go. But I wonder if they still have the they might still have it. They used to have a thing with Anvil where you could used to have a thing. Anvil Industry Digital, not so Digital Forge, but like preview or something. They may not have it anymore. It was a cool thing they used to do. War Games Atlantic Afghan Warriors. We could look at that in a minute. Yeah. Okay. I don't think they mustn't have it anymore. But that's fine. These are a thing where you could build the models digitally and then see what you were going to buy before you bought them, but what it would look like. But I feel like it was always a bit buggy and it never quite worked. So I wouldn't be surprised if they stopped doing it. Anyway, let's go back to where we were at. Let's have a look, man. So you've got some bionic skulls there already. But I think you have a look. Maybe Renegade. Oh, there's a few cool options here. 1 minute. Biohazard. Renegade.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I wonder if that's just it. Have a look. So you've got alien hybrid. That's it. You've got the alien hybrid heads, the welding mask heads, the hazmat suit heads there. I think the welding mass heads look really, really cool. And then you've also got like, you're gonna want like some mad. You're gonna want some like sort of more like low tech looking like armor and shit. Or are you just on the heads at the moment? Ah, I think we're on heads and helmets. That makes more sense. Yeah, so turn that off. So then, 1 minute, let's have a look. Let's just go all regiment infantry. Yeah. And they do have things like, here you go. Yeah, there's so many cool different things you can do with it, man. Yeah. Anvil. Use the heads and arms and weapons from Anvil and the Afghan warrior bodies from War Games Atlantic. And yeah, I mean, we should look at the War Games Atlantic stuff. Regiment's custom squad builders. This might have been it. Give me a second. Okay, so there was a thing that used to let you see what before you bought them. There's so much you can build here, yeah. Oh my god, that's so cool. You could build like a full custom squad. Every single bit right now. That's mad. That's mad. Let's go over to War Games Atlantic for a second. That might be the better way to do it. Let's have a look. Afghan warriors. Let's have a look. Maybe. It's a solid maybe. Thing is, you kind of want to combine. You kind of want to combine. You want to have like, this is cool, but they're running around without like any like tactical vests or like magazines or anything on them. Do you know what I mean? So it's cool, but it's not quite modern enough. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Not a bad idea. But I feel like these are slightly too old school. Personally. You know what you could do? I think, is it Squidfish has a whole bunch of AK-47 like Talan bastards. Pretty certain he does. Oh man, this is cool as fuck. Yeah, can you send me a link to it so I can just oh wow, 1 minute. I can just show them off. Those guys are cool. Because we basically might be able to get we might be able to get like martial law's perfect army. If he's like, I just want guys with AKs in the 41st millennium, it's like, I got you. You could do this. Paint a few of them purple. You could paint the skin purple. You're good to go, right? Like this could be, dude. This could be it. Let's stop worrying about kit bashing this and that and the other. Martial law. You just need a friend or someone who'll 3D print, like a service where someone will 3D print a bunch of guys for you, cheaper than GW, and we might have you covered here. I'm just saying, we might have you covered. You want that classic Talan vibe, but with some GSC goodness thrown in there? We might have you covered. We might have you covered. It might be not the perfect. They might not be quite as mutated. But you understand that they're hiding all of the mutations under the many layers. Under the flowing robes. And all that kind of good stuff. Just send me a picture, Squidfist. I'm not going to share the link to or anything. Yeah, just a picture more than anything else. Even the ones you painted. Do you know what I mean? That'd be ideal. Just bang it in stream discussion, and I'll be able to. Show it that way. Come on, Squidfist, arise! But you've got all these desert-themed armies. You've got 2 kings. You've got Talars. We need you to deliver some of that sweet, sweet sand. Oh, man. Let's have a look. Okay. I love it, man. I love it. Uploading. I'll grab a few more. Nice. God damn. There you go. See, here you go. Here you go, right? So, martial law. I'm just saying, we might have you covered here. We might have you covered. These are honestly some of the coolest models. Space K-47s for everyone. So these are 3D printed. Compliments of Squidfist, by the way. Thank you for the picture, man. I was only busting your balls before. These are 3D printed classic Talar models, which have had the las guns replaced with AK-47s. Now, I'm just saying, Marshall, I'm just saying that it would be incredibly easy to 3D print these guys. And then instead of having, the skin be skin colored, just paint them purple. Purple skin. Or paint them skin and do like a purple wash over them. I'm just saying that would be ridiculously easy to do. And you would have your GSC Dr. Thrax army. Because the idea, I imagine, is and you could have these flamers with like green canisters and stuff like that instead. Because the idea is basically, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, martial law. The idea is it's less about like the weird like mutants, like aberrants and stuff. Maybe you'd have like a few of those that you could like kit bash running around. Or maybe you wouldn't even need to kit bash those particular models, because the thing is, the big mutated bastards kind of take care of themselves, right? Because they're big mutated. You can just use the gene silicate models for like aberrants and stuff. But I feel like it's more about the neophytes than it is about the mutants. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I feel like it's if you're like me, it was always about like representing the sort of in-game army, the video game, and 40k-ifying it a little bit. That's why I've got like so many neophytes, and I've got fuck all in terms of acolytes. Yeah. So just being able to like print yourself a bunch of these guys off, a bunch of neophytes like running around. Yeah. I mean, I know you guys would be like, of course you would, Mordian, but truthfully, if I was to do this army myself personally, if I was to do a Talan like Space K-47 style army, whether it was Talon vibes or GSC vibes. Do you know what? If I was to do it, if I was to do this, if I was to do the army martial law, what I would do is I would get all of these guys, and I'd just have like infantry and like trucks and like ridge runners. I wouldn't even convert the trucks. I wouldn't even convert the ridge runners. Do you know what I mean? Like, those are just like technicals and stuff, like bouncing around the fucking. But you know, that's how you would do it. Yeah. So your whole army would be like neophytes. Yeah. It's the best output to go to base. But yeah, it's just you just do what I do. That's what I did. I have neophytes and trucks, man. That's my whole like Brotherhood of Nod thing. Neophytes and trucks just bouncing around the place. Yeah. I think it would look really, really cool. I think it would look really, really cool. Nice. I need to get myself these fucking models, man. If I was to do a Talon army, I'd probably... Yeah, I'd do them... I'd just have a bunch of neophytes, and then I'd use it so I could have either use them as GSC, or I could use them as guard and just pile them into my chimeras and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, have the ridge runners. Have the ridge runners with like the mining lasers, and have the trucks with like, yeah, that's exactly what you want. All you want for the army is trucks, ridge runners, and neophytes. That's it. That's the whole vibe. And you just running around just like proper GLA neophyte style. That's so cool. That's so the GSCLA. The GSCLA. Oh man, the Gene Stealer Cult Liberation Army. There you go. The GSCLA. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. Yeah, yeah. I really want to do the army now, god damn it. But I've got too many armies as it is. I'm gonna live my life vicariously through you. Oh man. Canadian Big Mac, GSC getting Kirks in 10th, and Chaos Demons not getting one would be criminal. No offense to GSC, but 40 Killings Demons would destroy 40k lore-wise. Yeah. It's mad that Gene Silicon got a codex and Demons didn't. Yeah. Alright. I've got 3 support coming in here. Okay. I've got Willario, and CJ. When that's done, I'm going to bed. Okay. Well, now you have to volunteer. Yeah, it's true. Now you have to. Now you have to, man. I want to say a huge thank you to Willario. Willario, thank you for the double support, baby. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the gifted membership. Willario, you've been smashing it tonight, bro. Incredible effort, sir. Willario, DMs at Discord, off-stream logistics stuff. I saw it come in. I checked it. If the 6 box made it through, if it turns out that sending things via shipping container means that they get there without custom charges, bro, maybe we've just like fucking found like the life hack. You know what I mean? That's the way. Would you like this by airmail? No. I want to send it by ship, please. It doesn't matter if it takes long enough. It doesn't matter if it takes ages to get there. Ship, please. By boat. By boat. By pedalo. So yeah, that's cool, man. I'll keep an eye out for it. Third edition Battleport sounds highly entertaining. I'm sure you and Simon can tell some stories. I mean, Simon's got the models. I've got the models. We've got the rule books. We've got the codexes. Maybe we just vibe our way through it or something. I don't know. Me and Simon have been talking about doing a live stream battle report. We want to do a live stream battle report sooner rather than later. So maybe we like Simon and Mordian learn 3rd edition and be like, look, we don't know what we're doing. Rather than like struggling with like messing around with the camera and everything, we're just going to turn the camera on, stream it, and learn. And if you guys who play 3rd edition, and if you've got any questions, if they don't want to hear that fucking plays the old editions, can help out, that'd be great. Otherwise, you get to learn along with us, essentially. I'm going to keep the points kind of low. We're going to keep the mission kind of simple, and we're just going to do it. Yeah. I'm not sure if it'd be better to learn it on camera or to learn it off camera, because obviously there'd be like super chats and other things coming in that might distract us. But I think it would be cool to just try it. Fuck it, not worry about it so much. Just play a game for like 3 or 4 or 5 hours on stream and just be like, we're just trying stuff out. It could go horribly wrong, but we're trying it, and you guys can watch along and learn with us. And this is going to be rough around the edges, but where's my content anything but rough around the edges? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, Valerio, that'd be cool, man. 1K points, 3rd edition game. Yeah, something like that. Lady Big Mac. Yeah, something like that. So Valerio, thank you for that. Definitely looking forward to doing some 3rd edition. And also, I want to say a big thank you for the gift of memberships. 5 more Walarios Wildcats ready to follow in with the second wave. Incredible, man. Incredible. Thank you so much, bro. I also want to say a huge thank you to CJ. CJ, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Thank you very much, CJ, for your big support, man. Thank you, bro. Got a whole bunch of locals picking up Noise Marines. I guess I'm not running recon detachment anytime soon. No, I suspect not. I think the Noise Marines, so they like ignore cover on their shooting, and then their melee is just like obviously melee. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. I can't. It's so frustrating. We're entering a melee meta when guard melee choices have been guard anti-melee choices have been fucked. No indirect fire worth a damn anymore. Not quite true, I'm exaggerating. Indirect fire heavily curtailed. Bullgrin's inefficient and overcosted. Rough Riders. I'm not. I'll let someone else charge fucking Flawless Blaze with Rough Riders first. You know what I mean? Oh, look. Oh, shit. I'm all dead. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they'd be okay. But yeah, you'd like every single time. I know. I'm telling you right now. There's a reason why I'm reticent to use Rough Riders, because I know, you guys know, and I know that I'd roll to hit, be fine. Roll to wound, be fine. My opponent would fail all their saves, and I'd be like, sweet, I'm gonna be there, and then I roll my damage. It's like a 1, a 1. First damage is a 1. Second damage is a 1. Third damage is a 6. It's too late by that point because I've got 3 wounds, so I absolutely twat him at the end. Fourth attack's a 1. Fifth attack's like a 1. It's like, sweet, I killed 1 and injured 2. It killed 1 and injured 1, and then they just turn around and go and kill me. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know. Yeah. So CJ, oh. I don't know, man. I'm really looking forward to trying the new Emperor's Children, to face the new Emperor's Children. But I'm really, yeah, I know exactly how you feel. Yeah. I guess I'm not running recon. Yeah, I guess I'm not. I've done recon. I guess I'm not running recon anymore. Guys, I'm building up fucking 1 million fobs. I'm going siege next. I'm going siege. I probably should take hammer before it gets nerfed, but I'm one of those people where it's like, if I can see something's going to get nerfed, I feel like, what's the fucking point in playing it if it's going to get nerfed before I get a chance to use it? But yeah, I guess I guess the balance patch has been and gone now. I suppose I should use. I've got 3 months to try out hammer, right? I should probably get to it. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right, chat. You're probably right. Or, speaking of being probably right, it's probably right that I go to bed now, because I was meant to finish the stream an hour ago, and you guys have bloody kept me talking, haven't you? I don't really mind. But I tell you what, boys. I tell you what. Holy shit, man. We have talked about some crazy stuff today. We've talked about some crazy stuff. We've talked about everything from Daemons being soft squatted right now to probably fully going in 11th edition. I told you guys my conspiracy theory. GW is do you think like just for those that missed it, do you think it's a coincidence that GW has like nerfed all of like the demon, like has nerfed the demon like units, like getting rid of like things like getting rid, bringing them in line with like the codex options and stuff like Slanesh and stuff. Do you think it's a coincidence they've nerfed a bunch of demon units and then given you a new detachment that lets you take a bunch of Chaos Spaceman units? So all the demon players are going to go out there, buy a bunch of Chaos Spaceman units, and then 11th is going to come along, and then GW is going to be like, oh well, demons are now just part of Chaos, no standalone demons anymore, because this gives them basically 12 to 16 months of demon players getting used to using Chaos Space Marines, so that when they get folded into Chaos Space Marines, the blow is softened. Like that's my conspiracy theory around demons. So we talked about that. We talked about them merging all like Sisters, Grey Knights, Death Watch into Imperial Agents fully. None of this like some of the units are in there, some of them aren't. No, you're all in there now. Big Imperial Agents getting mixed together. Admech, Knights getting mixed together, getting consolidated. All Chaos factions getting consolidated. And Votan and Tau getting mixed together, which everyone thinks is a conspiracy theory, but I'm telling you, if Votan don't get a second wave, if they don't, they're looming them up now, exactly, Squidfist. If Votan don't get a Codex in 10th edition and don't get a second wave in 10th edition, I think the best thing for them would be to become an auxiliary of the Tau Empire. Just saying. Everyone keeps asking for Tau to get more auxiliary races. GW, the easiest way they could do that, Votan, Tau together. Votan players get access to more units. Tau players get to have more auxiliaries. I reckon both factions, both communities would hate it. I think they'd both hate it. On paper, it makes so much sense. The reality, I think they would hate it. Dwarf players, can you imagine the culture clash? Can you imagine the culture clash of dwarf players and Tau players? I think that would actually create like a civil war. Because the Tau players are all like, oh, you should take the most optimized things. Oh, let's make sure you cheat your way to victory. And the dwarf players would be like, no, rock and stone. And then all the time, it's like, oh, you're bringing our win rate down. It's those damn Votan players. They're giving us like a 40% win rate. And the dwarf players would just be like, rock and stone. As soon as it doesn't completely contradict all the lore, Votan invented ion weaponry and sold it to the Tau. You don't think that creates an intrinsic link between the two factions, and at some point the Votan could see themselves being aligned with Tau sufficiently to be part of their to be a client as in their empire? The Votan are not an overly hostile race. They just want to mine some fucking minerals, you know? That's what they want to do. Dwarf players would kill the Tau players. But this is what I'm saying. The dwarf players would kill all the Tau players, and then Tau wouldn't be such a horrible and hated faction. Because the people that make it horrible and hated would all be dead and would go away. And they'd fuck off to like Age of Sigmar. They could go and ruin that game. Or say more ruin it. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna stop. We've talked about everything, and then we've talked about Pro Hammer and 3rd edition and all of this mad shit. And we've also talked about how you can make a GLA Gene Stealer Cult crossover. And Tiki even made me talk about bot action for 5 minutes as well. So there you go. Gentlemen, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you crazy, beautiful sons of bitches. Thank you. It's ripped. I have to say, guys, the stream was popping off tonight. Fantastic support, but also fantastic attendance. I think at our peak we had almost 300 people. We had about between 270 and 300 people, which is really cool for just like a chat and bollock stream. So I want to say thank you so much. And we're ending this with 200 people. What's going on? Guys, seriously though, thank you so much to all of you who have joined today's stream. Thank you to all of you who have liked. Thank you all that have lurked, all of that have chatted away. Lurkers, I know you're there. But I always say every good internet community is built on a solid foundation of lurkers. So thank you, guys. Also, big shout out to Twitch gang. We had loads of people resubbing. We had some bits coming in as well. So big shout out to Twitch gang as well. Just thank you to all of you. You guys are great. Not only thank you for joining, but of course, a huge thank you for the support. We had super chats. We've had giga chats. We've had it all. So 007 to you magnificent bastards. Thank you for supporting the channel and for more than doing your part. Last super chat coming here from Martial Law. Last super chat from Martial Law. Thank you for the giga chat. Yes. I say we make a new ancestor core that is corrupted by the Flare virus and is trying to find a cure. We then introduce Votan Slayers. That's a cool idea. Don't they have Votan Slayers, though, being berserkers? You know, 0 armor guys that went around twatting things in melee. I'm sorry, Marshall, I should have said anything. I should have said anything, but I think they've got them. I think they've got ready. I hate the Votan Law, man. The fact that it's a bunch of clones worshipping a fucking... The Votan Law is basically like the episode of Futurama when you've got all the Amazonians worshipping Femputer. That's it. I hate the Votan Law. Why the fuck is it a bunch of clones worshipping some like weird AI core? Fuck that noise. Get all of that in the bin. Get all of that in the fucking bin. Make them proper dwarves in space. Sometimes you don't keep it simple. Do you know what I mean? Dwarves in space, clans, all that shit. That's the way to do it. Just go fuck it. Yeah, Votans are clones, man. It's mad. Honestly, Taliesin, you've never... Votan Law sounds like it was written by the Age of Sigmar team. It's so dog shit. Sorry, man. It's so dog shit. The dwarves the dwarves, you know, the cool bit on the tabletop, are a bunch of mindless clones. They don't rock and stone or anything like that. They're a bunch of mindless fucking drones which worship, or not even worship, like, I don't know if worship is that word, but they revere, that follow the orders of giant, like, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, like, deep thought, like, computer. It's literally, there's fucking deep thought, there's Femputer running around, like, sitting there, and the dwarves are like, what should we do next? And the Femputer's like, go and find me more jewelry. There you go. It's fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. So yeah, martial law. No, I don't think we should get a new ancestor core. I think the whole idea of the ancestor core should all be fucking sacked off. Should all be sacked off. Make them proper dwarves. Fucking get on that rock and stone vibe. And if you're gonna do dwarves in space, it reminds me of that scene from IT Crowd. If you're gonna take us to a show about talking fannies, you should take us to a show about talking fannies. If you're gonna give me space dwarves, you should give me space dwarves. Don't complicate it. Just give me my dwarves in space, man. It's that simple. That simple. All right. And on that note, we're gonna wrap it up. Zayla did. Towdy Moxley hit the nail on the head. I thank you. Someone supports my idea. Someone supports my idea. I'm just saying. Zayla did. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We need a song to. I've got the song. I got the song to play us out. I got a good one. All right. Melted to a battleship down to Soylent Green. If that's true, that's amazing. All right, gentlemen. I must leave you now. But let me just say once again, a huge thank you to everyone that joined, liked, followed, subscribed, and of course, a big thank you for the support. I don't want to brush past that. Big thanks support. We had loads of people coming in with support, gifted membership, super chats, all of it. And I just want to say a massive thank you, because every single bit of support genuinely goes towards the channel. So thank you. All right. All right. And on that note, I want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. And of course, as always, see you guys next time.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. We are the damned, our souls denied. I march through trenches of despair, a penal conscript bound in chains of sin. Haunted by shadows, I breathe the toxic air. The Emperor's decree etched upon my skin. Every last gun burst shatters hope anew. A brutal reminder, redemption's overdue. In the dark, our spirits bleed, fighting through a storm of endless need. No solace found in this pit of pain, yet we stand defiant in the pouring rain. Blood-soaked fields, our cries arise. A legion of the fallen souls marred and torn. Every scar a tale, every tear a demise. In this inferno of war, redemption's dreams are mourned. With every step, the burden grows, lost in the echoes of a fate nobody knows. The weight of judgment crushes our hearts, yet from the ashes a defiant spark starts. A twisted creed of survival and strife, fighting for life in a forsaken life. In the void we bleed and fight, shattered faith in the Emperor's might. No salvation, only cursed and flame. We march on forever, bearing no shame. Redemption drowned by war's cry. Our last hope flickers as the stars die. In the abyss of our despair, we're back.